live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And with the return of Mike Mendez, director of many things, and most currently Satanic Hispanics.
Yay!
Woohoo! Good to be back. I was just reminded as we watched all the old, guests and stuff like that. You guys used to make those awesome cartoons.
Yes, my brother draws those.
Yes, totally. I was just. Oh yeah, that's.
Yeah, so Mike was on. You're actually, I think, the 6th guest on the show back when we started, and because we were MySpace friends. And it was what was that? It was like a festival kind of idea. It was like the 6 films of
the After Dark Horror Fest, 8 films to die for. So yeah, since Grave Dancers. Okay, yeah, 2006.
And so Troy drew, but once we started doing weekly, it was too much for Troy to keep up with drawing multiple people.
Right, sure. You got a good thing going now, and now you got the live video, so it's all exciting. So it's great. It's great to be back. So yes.
And Troy will be happy though that you mentioned the drawings.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. I still remember that. I have that somewhere. So.
Oh, cool!
Oh, nice,
awesome. Yeah, I'll post it for people who don't remember it or who weren't around then. They might have been born yet. It was a long time ago.
That's true. That's true. Because we're talking almost 18 years ago or so.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to think about. Yeah, I was in my 20s and now I'm getting close to 50. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here. Satanic Hispanics, which
talk about the age forever.
No.
Satanic Hispanics.
Yes, exactly. And we're young forever. It doesn't matter. Age is but a number.
So how did Satanic Hispanics even start? Because it's multiple people involved. So what was the origins of it?
So the origins were, we had done Tales of Halloween for Epic Pictures, and I like anthology films, both as a viewer and making them, because I like collaborating with other filmmakers, and it's I think an effective way to kind of I don't know, there's just a lot of things to like about anthologies. People compare it to the kind of assortment tray of chocolates that you try little different things and different flavors. And I like that. I think that's interesting. And again, it's just fun. I just really relate and like working with other filmmakers, and had such a great time on Tales of Halloween that I was open to doing it again. And I think originally it was during COVID that I thought maybe we could do a Halloween special called Tales of Quarantine, and try to see if we can get it out on Shudder or something like that, because I was doing these little home movies by myself in quarantine, and so I thought that would be a fun approach, but we couldn't get it done in time, from when I thought of it to getting it out to Halloween. It's just I don't think we can do this. So very much wanted a different idea that had not been done before. There's so many good anthologies between VHS and Mortuary Collection, obviously going back to Tales from the Crypt and Creep Show, et cetera, that, I felt that you need more. There's so many also of the, we got different filmmakers to do holidays or what, and again, nothing against all those movies. They're all cool and they all have their own, stuff, but you want your own identity. And so really racking my brain as to what we could do that was different and hadn't been done before. And then one day, Alejandro Bruguez, my friend who I worked on with Nightmare Cinema, another anthology, he's like, when the fuck are we going to make Satanic Hispanics the all Latino horror anthology? And it was one of those things. He was kidding, but it just made all the sense in the world. Satanic Hispanics, the term, at least when I became familiar from it, I would produce these music videos, these heavy metal music videos for my friend Norman Cabrera, who's an amazing effects artist. And, my DP, Jan Michael Lasada, was Argentinian, and Norman was Cuban, and I'm, Salvadorian. So we felt like, look, we're the Satanic Hispanics. That's kind of how the term came to be for us. I know that there's other, there's a DJ called the Satanic Hispanic or whatever. It's not, I can't say we invented the term or anything like that, but at least for us, that's what kind of clicked and what we called ourselves. And so it just seemed kind of logical to let's get the coolest Latino filmmakers that we can that would fit into this world, and, make something that, because obviously we're doing a cultural thing here, so you're kind of taking on a different challenge, which is to put a spotlight not only on different Hispanic artists, but it would be great to kind of get a taste into the lore and into the world of what it means to be Latino, because being Cuban is different than being Mexican or Argentinian, and each country has its own legends and lore. Yet we're just kind of been stuck with La Llorona, the Chupacabra, and tacos. That's kind of, that's what it means to be Latino, and it's kind of like, well, yes, I love tacos, and that's great, but there's just so much culture and so much work, so much of a identity to each country, that it felt like a really interesting thing to explore. So me and Alejandro were on board, and then we were friends with Ed Sanchez from Blair Witch Project, and obviously he had the pedigree. Not only has he done other anthologies, but obviously Blair Witch is something everybody knows. So we felt like, okay, well, that would be great to get Ed. So he was the third to come on board. Then I'm a big fan of Gigi Salguero, and I saw her short that I think is still on Shudder called El Gigante, and
that's what I
I
first
just
became aware of her.
Yeah, it's kind of like this Mexican wrestler via Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I felt that, like, man, I wish that was part of our movie, because that feels the style, that feels somebody's writing it. Everybody loves tacos, and he is correct. Anyway, that felt like the style, and that felt like the grit we were going for. I think also we were very influenced by From Dusk Till Dawn, and just kind of wanted that badass kind of Mexican horror violence kind of thing. So Gigi seemed like a natural fit, and thankfully she agreed and was in. So that was 4. We did try for Issa Lopez, but she was busy with a little thing called Perspective. I hope that works out for her. She'll be sorry. No, kidding. And then after that, we felt, because you don't want to overload these things, so if we felt 5 was the magic number for this one. And honestly, we didn't know this person super well. I was just a big fan of the movie Terrified, which we saw in Shudder, as was Alejandro, and he had a loose, I think he was on a panel with him once, and we're like, this dude is awesome. This dude is the guy. And I think we were right, because that was before When Evil Lurks came out. He actually shot his segment as a continuation of When Evil Lurks. He shot 40 days When Evil Lurks, and then 4 days was También Lo Vi, which is his segment on Satanic Hispanics. And anyway, thankfully, he didn't think he would have the time. He didn't think he would be able to do it, but we were kind of like, no, you can do it, man. We believe in you. You can do it. You can fit that in. And he did it. He kicked the shit out of it, and it was awesome. So the 5 of us came to be, and Epic Pictures was kind enough to greenlight this crazy idea, and the Satanic Hispanics were born.
I love it. So a few people here. I want to congratulations on your Dead Meat nominations and win. That's Jamie Hill from Skinamarink. That's cool.
All right. I don't know the Dead Meat nomination and win. Is that you guys, or is that us?
No, I assume it was you. Or,
okay,
I don't know. Well, I'm glad someone won it. Yeah.
I'm curious what the Dead Meat trophy is. But is it just literally roadkill? I don't know.
It doesn't age well. That's be interesting.
It might go on the shelf and probably look good. So
yeah.
Anyways,
and her Canadian friend David helped with Satanic Hispanics in some ways.
I'm going to guess that was Gigi's segment, because he's
right, because she's in Canada.
That is the Canadian segment, I suppose. So
and, Woo from J. Scott Goldberg.
Anyway, so that's how it came to be. So
yeah, and first of all, like, so many talented people. We've had them all on the show except for Alejandro, which actually we're working on. He just can't do Thursdays. But how about the because some of the shorts are like more comedic, some are more serious. Was there like did everyone talk together like for like a common vibe at all, or was everyone kind of left up to their own device to make their own story?
It's a tricky thing in making this kind of anthology, because we certainly can't lure people in with money, because we don't have any. So what you have to appeal to is creative freedom and autonomy, which is honestly, even an independent film, kind of a rare thing to be able to do your own thing, and honestly worth its weight in gold to have freedom and really kind of remind yourself of why you love filmmaking. So that's all we can offer is like, look, you can do your own thing. With that being said, of course, there were certain rules and there were certain things that, you know, it had to fit within the film. And some of them don't really do, but you know, that's okay. You know, it's still worked out. But we wanted, you know, the theme was myths and legends of Latin America. So ideally, you know, a legend or some kind of monster or some kind of, you know, ghost or phantom, or we didn't want Chupacabra, we didn't want La Llorona, like I mentioned. So different stuff, particularly ideally from your country. Somewhere in there, we ended up with a vampire from Maryland. Don't know that Latino lore, but you know, the cast is Latino.
Pretty good, though. Pretty fun.
We'll just roll with it and just go, yeah, of course, the famous vampire of Maryland. The Mexican vampire of Maryland. Anyway, so yeah, but other than that, you know, I think everyone else kind of at least tried to. Well, also, no, there's no legend of the Rubik's Cube, portal opening in Argentina. That's also a little bit fudged. But again, like I said, we were happy to have Demian, and we want him to be happy. So there it goes. So 3 of us stuck to did the Nualas, which is kind of like the Mexican shapeshifter. Alejandro used a kind of Cuban African god mix with both the Popobawa and King Zombie. And then mine is San La Muerte, which is a Colombian god. Not there's Santa Muerte, which is the Mexican one, which is a benevolent goddess, but we don't want goddesses. That's not what it's about. So Santa Muerte was the saint of vengeance, and that seemed much more up our alley. So anyway, so those were kind of the guidelines. We essentially sent you a check, very small check, to do what you will, and you just had to kind of return a movie, within the time frame. We wanted again, this is a minor detail, but we all wanted it to be 2:3:5, so at least it's all the same aspect ratio, so it's not constantly changing. We're big fans of practical effects, so monsters were very much encouraged and practical effects were encouraged. But honestly, I think that was more in just picking the right filmmakers. That I didn't need to push that hard. That was just something that kind of everybody was like, well, of course, like we're doing this, right? We're gonna make practical monsters. Let's make practical monsters. So no one was really trying to push a CG thing or anything like that. But yeah, those were the only rules. And other than that, it was just left to the filmmaker to, within that, stick to that. The hardest part for me was, not knowing what the shorts were. And I shot first, which mine is The Traveler, which is the wraparound. So, there was pretty tricky to, figure out a way into the story, even though I hadn't seen the short, even though I had a vague idea of what they were. But thankfully, the filmmakers would give me some idea, and I would try to challenge them with like, can you use an object, maybe one of these in your story, and then maybe he can go off from that, or maybe a picture can lead him. I get, look, it's the fun about criticism. Everyone's a critic. We hear stuff like, people go like, it would have been great if the Traveler would have been in every short and you would see how he sees it. And I'm like, that's awesome. If they were shot all over the world at different times, I would have fucking loved that. That would have been amazing. But these were very low budget films. The whole thing is a very low budget thing. So I'm sorry the Traveler doesn't appear in all of them. I would love that if this was the studio version, then it was a $20 million film. You're damn right. The Traveler would be in all the shorts and would all be interwoven a little smoother. But that's sort of the patchwork and the kind of thinking on your feet and making it up as you go of an anthology. It has to kind of come together, and sometimes you might just have to force those pieces together because it's not quite as smooth as you'd like it to be.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of films that aren't like having this neat little package. I thought it was great. I thought having the Traveler and just like little tiny, just the little objects and the way that a story was made from those. I thought it was totally fantastic.
Thank you. I mean, look, I'm proud of everybody. I think everyone did an awesome job. So I really, it's fun to make stuff with your friends. and B, it's even better when they're talented and the God's honest truth. And we saw Demians, I told Alejandro, it's like, yeah, he just kicked our ass, just so you know. Mister, I don't think I have time to do it. Just fucking wipe the floor with us. So, but again, we couldn't be happier. It was great. I'm happy. That's what you want. You want them to exceed and go, wow, boy, did we pick the right guy. So anyway.
It's funny you say that, because I like everyone's work, all their movies and stuff, and so I'm not just saying that. I actually a fan of everyone, but we said on the show a few times, Annabelle and I, like Damien is like, he's like a new master of horror this last couple of years with
he's the dude, right?
Evil Lurks, and
he's only really 2 horror
he's
movies
super humble. When we had him on, he just didn't even like realize anyone likes anything he does.
Yeah.
I think he's catching on. But yeah, that was great. Yeah, no, I love him. He's a great guy.
Yeah, and even though she's not involved, Issa Lopez, Tigers Are Not Afraid, that was my favorite horror movie that year when it came out. That's like,
oh hell yeah, no, we got it. We would have loved to have had her. That would have been amazing. Yeah, but again, she blew up and went to do big legit things. Yeah. So small indies, it's no longer on the table for her. So.
We mentioned small indie, but I think this is amazing. I imagine, you mentioned that there's some critics, but they're always going to show up and wave their hands around.
Especially the internet.
But I can't imagine that there are many horror movie fans that wouldn't find something in this that they like. I mean, what's the reception been?
The reception's been really good, to be honest. Of course you're going to get haters. Of course you're going to, but look, and part of it is, that's part of the fun of it. Not hating. Haters are never fun, but part of the fun of it is just seeing how it is fascinating how different people perceive things. Like what seems so logical is, no, this is the order of best to worst. Could be completely flipped for somebody else. I mean, just night and day. And stuff that you're kind of like, yeah, not so crazy about that. Like that could be someone's favorite, and someone, or vice versa. And it's rare that I don't know. I think that's one of the exciting things. It's I think a bad sign if, like, let's say you only saw, Devians is the only good one, or that if that was kind of like the common thread, that I would say, okay, yeah, we fucked up if people are really focusing on that one and it's and the others. But you'll find different favorites. I mean, a lot of people love El Vampiro, a lot of people love the Hammer of Zanzibar, a lot of people love The Traveler, or Nawala's, or and so it's cool, and honestly it makes you feel good that it's like, yeah, look, it's really interesting that as I say, you can't please everybody, but I think with an anthology, providing they're horror fans and are kind of into it, I don't think you can leave completely dissatisfied with all of it. I mean, we hope that the batting average is a little better, and hopefully you like at least 80% of it. We hope. Well, hopefully you like the whole thing. But it's completely okay if, like, well, I just like these 2, or I like these 3, or whatever. But and so I do feel that there has been something for everyone, but yes, haters are going to hate no matter what. So
I mean, part of for me being a fan. Sorry,
I was just going to say that when you lead into your first segment, how do you end up choosing which goes? Like, I feel like it's making, for all of us who actually made mixtapes, so old.
Right.
But like, say if you make a mixtape, there's a flow to it. You've got to have this like flow to it. So how do you decide, or at least for this one, how did you decide what to put where?
It's hard, and we ran into the same problem both in Tales of Halloween and this. There is the idea that you have of what the shorts are going to be and how that's going to flow before they're made, just like on paper. Like, okay, we have kind of a funny one, and then we do this, and then et cetera, et cetera. And so Tales of Halloween, like I think originally we started with Darren Bousman's, and then Dave Parker's, which was called Sweet Tooth, just felt like it encompassed the theme of the entire movie, so it was a better one to start. In this one, I do believe it was always the intention to start with Demian, like let's start with a scary one, and kind of like get into it that way. And then, a funny thing happens. I think originally the order, again, from everyone's description of what they were going to do. I believe it was going to go Demian's, Gigi, the Nualas, which is the witch one, then El Vampiro, and then Hammer Zanzibar. Hammer Zanzibar was always going to be the last one before my finale. And when we finally cut it together, when we finally had all the shorts and we put it together, and again, this is the tricky part that sadly falls on mine doing the wraparound, is that my mine is built that way, as what he enters and what he comes out of, and you're finding out about it, the Traveler, before he goes into the next story. So there was a flow that was written, and the intros were written for each thing. But when we saw it all together, it was like, wait a minute. And again, it's just one of those dumb things that, like, how do we not fucking realize this? That if we had started with Demian Samyelovi, which is the Rubik's Cube one, and then gone to Gigi's Nualas, they're both in Spanish, and they're both really serious, and they're both really dark. And then halfway in the middle of the movie, I mean, obviously you have mine that's in English. In the middle of the movie, then you switch to English, and they're all funny. And it was like, well, that's weird, and so obviously, look, and it's a criticism that we get on the film that the tone is all over the place, and again, it's one of those things of like, yeah, but look, it's an anthology, what are you going to do? I mean, it's you can try to guide that as much as you can, but the bottom line, you're going from horror comedy to horror. That's kind of just the nature of anthologies, almost all of them have horror comedy, and so it's just going to be, so it just seemed like perhaps a smoother ride if we started with Demian's, the dark one, stayed with that, then went funny English. So now we see that, there's a variety. The tone is changing, the languages are changing. You have mine to thread it through, and then go back to serious with Gigi's, and funny with Hammer of Zanzibar. But the trick was, again, I had built all this stuff, so I had to very much reshuffle mine to make it work, and definitely I had to cut some stuff out and kind of move this piece here and try to. There's a lot of sleight of hand going on. In fact, there's literally, you could tell, like, the Traveler has his hand bandaged, and at some point he takes it off, but because it's all shuffled, at some point that bandage you might catch it is back on, because it used to. So there's little tells, there, but hopefully they're too subtle for most people to catch, God willing. But there's little things like that. So that was definitely a challenge, and that was something that we had to contend with, and it's something you can never predict until you really see it. And I think it's in the right order now. So
I thought it was good.
Yeah, I loved it. And so the first time I saw it was when it was in the theaters, which was really cool. And Hammer Zanzibar is a really, they're all really fun. I like all of them, but with an audience, Hammer Zanzibar really got a huge reaction.
As you speak about it, the hammer shall appear.
Oh my Lord.
Anyway, you were saying.
Did you have that? Did you just happen to have that? Like, write a short around this object, or
no. This this a piece of art created. If people who haven't seen the movie are really going to be confused right now, but anyway,
I'm like, no, we gotta see the movie.
No, this was a piece of art commissioned by the great Norman Cabrera, who also did San La Muerte, and does amazing spectral motion, a lot of Guillermo del Toro stuff. But no, we taxed him on, look, we want an ancient giant demon penis, and this is, and he kind of like took a little inspiration from Giger, a little bit like the space jockey, and to make the Hammer of Zanzibar. So there it is. So anyway, but no, that was very much created for the film. So
yeah,
I love the lead up to that with the guy at the counter. Oh my god, it's so
right, sure.
You guys, I mean, people who haven't seen it, please see it. It's like, great. It really is. I think it is a great balance of comedy and, like, there's some really scary stuff. There's some really, really great. The way the Saint looks at the end, I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome. I know it's on the poster and everything, but it's like,
no, we're very lucky to have somebody like Norman, because that's 100% personal relations and things like that, because on the budgets that we have, there's no way we can afford somebody like that. So that, again, is you're appealing to somebody's passion, and somebody's like, hey man, let's do something that's never quite been done before. And Norman's brilliant. I mean, you can see a little bit of the same kind of artistry at hand. He did the Angel of Death and Hellboy 2, which is like the winged thing with the eyes that blink and stuff like that. Did a lot of the creatures for Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. But I am such a fan of his, and feel very honored that I get to work with him and that he wants to work with me, and that we get to do our stuff. And I truly hope that's a relationship that continues, and we get to keep working together and making monsters, because we both really like doing that. So anyway, so yeah.
Along those lines, would we see more Satanic Hispanics in the future?
Yes and no. Are we going to see another film called Satanic Hispanics? Does not look like it, sadly, unless some miracle happens on Shudder, which I don't think is happening. Yeah, just, the God's honest truth. It's just, it's hard to make indie films. I wish it was successful enough that we were like, yeah, well, let's totally make another one. But yeah, indie films are hard to go. However, and I can't say too much, that there's a decent possibility that perhaps one of the stories may get expanded into something else.
Interesting.
So we're hoping that happens, and we'll see, and that way it will get to live on and continue on to a certain degree. So
very interesting.
Yeah, I have a few guesses, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Is there any, Neal, that you would say are not going to expand?
Look, I would expand any of them. So, right? I mean, honestly, that's sort of the fun of them, is that I think a lot of them, most of them to a certain degree, are little features. I think Hammer Zanzibar is a feature just, rammed into 22 minutes or whatever. And I think Traveler similarly. So, no, I think any of them would work as a feature, or a Satanic Hispanics presents something else, so it could go a different way, but and again, it's not even officially happening or anything like that, but we are trying to keep it going to a certain degree, in a different facet.
So real quick, it's go on, sorry. What were you saying, Annabelle?
I'm just like, hopefully.
Oh,
yay.
I just when you said originally about like trying to do an idea about during the pandemic, like Tales of the Pandemic, and so a lot of like really creative stuff I think came out of that era. But I do think stuff specifically made like about the pandemic has like kind of this weird, almost outdated feel to it, even though it was just like a couple years ago. So
I don't think any of us want to relive it. I think yeah.
And then I don't know how that will age. It'll be very weird in 20 years, someone to look back at like an actual thing about the pandemic, and if you didn't.
Sure, yeah. I think had we done Tales of Quarantine, that would have worked for just that Halloween. I think that I think a lot of us that year, what was it, 2022, I think, or we're just deprived of like, do we get Halloween this year? What the fuck, and a lot of us didn't have it. So that was the idea, to still have a Halloween celebration and not cancel Halloween. But again, it didn't happen, and I think it's for the better because we got this. So
and I thought it was on all of our top 13 lists. We do a top 13 list, and I think Troy, who might come in here a little bit later, he had it really high. It was one of his favorites.
Awesome. All right, fantastic. Thank you.
So both Troy and I, Troy's my brother, we went to see it in the theater when it had the theater run, and it's a fun movie to watch anywhere, but on the theater is really great.
Well, we just appreciate it because it's so hard to get into theaters as a small film, and it's even harder to get people to go to it. So honestly, genuinely, I really appreciate those who actually seeked it out and went to the theater, because it wasn't easy to do. So again, I'm just thankful that people supported it, people saw it, and that's the preferred way to see it. So and again, also just grateful to Shudder for having it, because that's, and look, and I don't know what it is, I don't know if it's the title, I don't know if it's the Latino part, but I have to be honest, it has not quite crossed over in the way that I would have liked it to have. For some reason, at every step of the way, like again, why I'm so thankful to Shudder, because everyone else was kind of like, no thanks, and so it was like, shit. Okay, and so at least Shudder at least has a very built-in audience, and it's the right audience. So we're super grateful for that. And again, and I think, I don't know, it's on AMC Plus and Shudder. Probably shouldn't say this. It's funny when Shudder posts something about the movie, you see lots of people, oh, I can't wait to see it, blah, 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 I heard good things. When AMC Plus posts it, there's barely any, and and the last comment I saw was like, we have enough of this garbage coming over the border every day. We don't need it on our screen.
Awful.
Yeah. So obviously there is something that turns people off about the movie, or turns some people off about the movie. We just wanted to embrace the look, it's bold, it's in your face, it's Satanic Hispanics, boom, there it is. But yeah, I think we're also, which we're very proud of, we're also protested by it wasn't the Westboro church, but it was in Kansas. But what was it? Satanic Hispanics is a blasphemy, and there was a church group and everything. So so we're, in some ways, we're very flattered by that kind of attention. But it is funny to me, and I generally, it's like we genuinely are like, are they offended by the satanic part or the Hispanic part? I'm not sure which one ruffles their feathers more.
You hope the satanic part, but
I don't know. So anyway, so yeah, it's been kind of an unusual thing that the movie's always received well. People seem to like it, but no one really wants to carry it. It hasn't sold a lot of foreign territories, so it's going to be kind of this thing that some people will know it. They'll know it from Shudder. That'll be about it, but I don't expect to see it on Netflix or Amazon, or maybe Amazon down the line or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a bumpy road on that front. Yeah. So
I was wondering if maybe this is one of those, it would blossom in the future, that maybe there's this first reaction for some people, but it's games.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. And it's been my experience, for whatever it's worth, on pretty much every movie I've made, that they always kind of start small, and then over time people hear about them, and then 10 years later you get a pat on the back, oh, that's my favorite movie, or something like that, that's amazing, so it's happened a little quicker on this one, so hopefully there'll be a love for it over time, but but again, and again, there's fan love, and there's just the business side of it, and fan love, I feel very rich in, and very very, very encouraged and very rewarded. The business part of it, of this movie, and I don't know if it's just sadly the state of independent film that we're in, or it's particularly this independent film. But yeah, it's just out of everything I've done, this has been one of the rougher goes as far as getting it sold, getting it out there. For one thing, also, and this is it's a small complaint, but it's one of those funny things. People see, and thank God it didn't happen on Shudder, but people seem to only want to release the movie on Hispanic Heritage Month, which is like September. So luckily we premiered at Fantastic Fest in September, so that was perfect for Hispanic Heritage Month. But and that was finished at Fantastic Fest, but from the point that we premiered it to it being released was an entire year, just because the distributor was like, oh, we got to do it for Hispanic Heritage Month. I don't think anyone gave a shit. I don't think anyone said, oh, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, let's go to a movie and see this. I was going to see Oppenheimer, but it's Hispanic Heritage Month, so let's go see that instead. I don't know if that happened, but it was another year. Then theatrical, I think it's been another 4 or 5 months at least. Let's see, it came out in September. Yeah, so it was at least another 6 months to get onto Shudder. So we finished the movie almost 2 years ago. It's a slight exaggeration, like a year and 8 months ago or something like that. But so that's been another little frustrating thing about it. But it's out, and now it is now on everything. It's out on Blu-ray. We did festivals, theaters, Blu-ray, VOD, and now streaming. So at least, as much as I complain about I didn't get any love, we did at least hit every channel that we get out. So
I didn't realize it was that's why it was out. That we just went to see it because I wanted to see it. Go see every horror movie pretty much, but it looked amazing, and I saw I was like, this looks really cool. Even just the name grabbed me, though. I was like, oh, this sounds like something I want to see.
We saw a trailer,
and I love anthology.
Oh my god.
honestly, and I don't know, and I maybe I'll feel differently over time, but it's like if I had to do everything over again, I don't know if I'd name it Satanic Hispanics because I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was about the movie that seemed to scare people, not in the way that we want them to scare people, not in the horror movie, but it's just like I don't want to touch that. Is that racist? Because we did, we have been called racist, which is hilarious. It's like right, the all Latino empowerment in front of the camera, behind the camera, but we really just hate Latinos. That's why we made the movie. Anyway, so we get, but I do think that there's like and I think about like Netflix and things like that they see the title and they go like, is that okay? Is that all right to say that? And I think that's one of the things that's made the movie kind of like less desirable, So
it's interesting. It's people like with their heart in the right place in a way, but almost like almost too far. You know what I'm saying? But I also I've mentioned on the show I have seen in the last couple of years a real rise in like satanic panic. I had someone yell at me in Boston, calling me a Satanist, and they were going to curb stomp me, and
wow,
you were wearing
yeah, but even just around my town here, wearing like just horror movie shirts. Yeah, but I've lived here for 40-something years, and it's never happened before, so it's very weird.
Crazy. Yeah, no, I mean, I think not to put shift sides of it, but I do think that is a little bit of a right-wing Christian thing that every satanic Hollywood somehow over the last 10 years everyone in Hollywood became satanic and pedophiles. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but that's just something that you get called for making movies, especially horror movies, and it's like cool, neat, all right, great. So anyway, but I do feel like they're constantly the satanic left or the satanic agenda, or Hollywood is pushing the satanic thing. I get it. It's all ridiculous to me. We just want to make scary movies that entertain people. Really isn't any deeper than that.
Do you think that's the thing, is that there's people that are going to distribute, and I don't think it's the kindness of their heart. I think they're looking at their dollar signs.
Oh, for sure, totally. And to be fair, really fast, sorry to interrupt, but to be fair, it's also Latinos, sometimes get turned off because Latinos are very Christian people or very Catholic people. Yeah. So, like, my mom's best friends are all nuns. It's a true story. It's where the convent came from. Anyway, and so we can't really talk about my new movie Satanic Hispanics to the sisters, because they go, oh my God, that what is that? And so there is deep Latin culture that is so religious that I think they get turned off by the title. So I would be ashamed to release Tales of the Barrio because that would be so not what we're trying to do, because part of the whole thing was that we want to tell Latin stories that weren't border stories, that weren't either cartel kidnappings or gang stories or whatever. And if you kind of it was very important to me to not minimize Latino culture to something like Tales from the Barrio, because it's just like, well, yeah, that's that, there is that, but there's more to it, So anyway, I don't know. It's one of those things. But again, I greatly appreciate when people tell me, I love the title. It's why we wanted to see it. It's why Gigi wanted to make the movie, So in some ways it's worked, and I think it's other ways that it hasn't. So I don't know. Live and learn.
Do you think it's possibly going to open the door for more Latino people to make movies more boldly, embracing their heritage and being able to be like, we're doing it,
I would love that, and that certainly was the intention. I just have to be honest, I'm not going to make another Latino themed thing. Yeah. I mean, I'm saying I'll always try to have some Latin theme or Latin actors and something that embraces my heritage to a certain degree, but I'm not going to push it like this again, just because it's just like, the hope was that the Latin community would embrace it and come out and see it, and they didn't. So it's kind of like, you have corporate America going, we don't want to touch that. You have, Latinos going like, no, we're going to go see, The Exorcist or whatever. We have horror movies. We don't need so it wasn't. And look, maybe it was because it was a small release and maybe it didn't get the push it needed to cross over. I don't know, but the bottom line, the hope was that they would come. They did not. So I'm kind of like, yeah, I see why people aren't really pushing the Latin film so much. At least from where I'm standing at. And I would love for it to happen. I would believe me, I would like to make more Satanic Hispanics. I would like to make more stuff that is, themed in certain things. So honestly, if we do a spin-off of it, I don't even know if the Latin part's really going to be a part of it, other than the makers are Latin, anyway, so yeah.
We shall see.
What was the festival run like? And do you normally have your films play festivals?
Yeah, I'm a big festival guy. That's always been kind of my deal. It was great. I mean, I think some movies do better than others, but I think we played something like 30 festivals all over the world. So yeah, it was really good. You always want to start off with something, prestigious and nice. So always a great honor to be in Fantastic Fest, and the pedigree of movies that they have there is unparalleled. And then from there you kind of do the little tour around the world, and I didn't get to go to them. The festivals are not quite as giving with plane tickets anymore like they used to be, say 20 years ago or whatever. But I went to as many that would let me come, and that was great, and it was always well received, and it was always nice. So that part was good. Yeah, no complaints on that. So.
What were the benefits over the years of you doing movies, do you think, having your films at festivals?
Awareness, certainly, both for buyers and for audiences and stuff like that. It looks good on the poster, but honestly, I mean, besides that, would be facetious to a certain degree. It was life-changing. My first movie, Killers, got into Sundance. Both Killers and Convent got into Sundance, and yeah, I don't think it's hard to say. I mean, I believe I'd be making movies no matter what, but it changed my life. Getting into Sundance absolutely went from, okay, you're a student amateur filmmaker to you're a filmmaker now. Got me my first agent. It got me, put me in there. And it's continued on from there. So yeah, I think it's super important. I'd say the big ones for me were both Killers and Convent in South by Southwest, and then Big Ass Spider. I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. Killers and Convent in Sundance, and then Big Ass Spider and South by Southwest. I think were big deals for me, like career-wise and at least awareness-wise. It's a real springboard. Especially those larger, more prestigious festivals are a real springboard to you automatically get into, like, if you get into one of those, you're going to get into at least a dozen others, just for being in one of those. And it just, kind of puts an awareness on you, both to, studio people and producers and whatever. It's just kind of like, hey, you're on that league that you're making these movies that are, because festivals are not easy to get into. I feel very blessed that I've been lucky to get them. And Fantastic Fest, it wasn't, Don't Kill It was the first one that I was able to get into Fantastic Fest. They rejected me for many, many years. In some ways it's nice to, like, okay, I'm in now, we got that, and now we got this. And we've also had Tales of Halloween premiered at Fantasia, and we had Grave Dancers premiere at Tribeca. So yeah, it's just nice. It is a nice way to I think to. You also get a good amount of, hopefully, if the movie's decent, you get a good amount of articles and reviews and stuff like that. So there's just awareness, and I certainly keep an eye out, I'm sure as we all do, like what's hitting at South by Southwest right now. It's like I'm dying to see Dev Patel's Monkey Man, because I hear that one is went over like gangbusters, and I'm like, oh shit, that looks awesome, So yeah, so I always try to see what is the thing that really stands out at festivals, and then seek that out. So, and again, not to, I swear I'm not on Shudder's payroll or anything, but I think we are very fortunate to have a Shudder, because that is also an interesting, because we didn't really have that before, that Shudder is almost its own film festival. It's like you get into like Fantastic Fest, stuff like that, And there's so many movies like I don't know. I'm going to pick a movie called Huesera, which was a Mexican film about breaking bones. It was pretty cool. Anyway, but that's not going to find a home at Netflix. That's not going to find a home on Amazon or HBO or anything like that, or Max or whatever they call it. But Shudder is the place that is going to have, because a lot of the people that work at Shudder used to be festival programmers, so they could personally curate hey, yeah, this is the stuff that was really good at festivals. And honestly, if I mean, it's hard to say, but I don't think if Fantastic Fest didn't accept Satanic Hispanics, I'm not sure it would be on Shudder right now. So so it is a nice channel for a lot of films that wouldn't be seen otherwise. So I think we're very blessed to have it right now.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Shudder. I mean, it kind of started with it would have it still does have a lot of old stuff that's weird,
right?
And then of course Joe Bob, but then it's got tons of all the cool independent festival films and so many international films that not that long ago would have been so hard to really find anywhere.
Absolutely, totally. Yeah, it's just very lucky that we have something like that, and that AMC continues to fund it, and that it's still going, and yeah, it's just again, it's a nice time to have something like that, because I think so many movies, it's so easy for independent films to get lost in the shuffle and just disappear and go into it's certainly happened to my movies and lots of people I know that, you make a movie and great, it gets out and just disappears into the ether. And again, now I think Shudder, Tubi, I think there's a lot of stuff there that independent film has a home for. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, we try to say to people, because we've been to enough festivals to know that there are movies that you're just not going to see again. You don't necessarily know what those will be. So if anybody has a local film festival and they can get out, try to do it, because you're going to see things that might not ever be seen again. And good, they might be good, and they're just not going to get picked up for some reason.
And it also may be the only time you're going to see your movie on the big screen. In this day and age, we're such
a lot of the shorts, because there's more platforms now, but a lot of the shorts, they'll have a festival run and they might pop up on YouTube, but how are you going to find them? But a lot of times that's the only time you're going to see them is at the festival. Yeah,
I mean, we live in such. I mean, it's a blessing and a curse. I mean, we have so much content this day and age, and it's so hard to stand out and not get lost in the shuffle. And you're competing, especially on streaming, you're competing with $100 million TV shows or $200 million blockbuster movies, or huge stars or whatever. I mean, it's hard, to really be able to stand out and get noticed and have people watch your film. So yeah, I mean, again, it's kudos.
Well, even
to
the
those...
term independent film is a very broad term. It could be something someone made for a couple $1,000 or something. I won't say the guy's name, but I did interview somebody once at a festival, and I was like, man, this looks so great for a guy assumed his low budget. He's like, well, it costs. He said $50 million. I was just like,
oh, Jesus Christ!
I didn't want to say, but I was like, I guess it didn't really look that good, but I don't know.
Right? Yeah, totally. yeah, absolutely. So.
Let's see. Shannon, I want to see this so bad. Looks good.
I think we've ruined it for her, though. We've given spoilers, so I'm sorry, Shannon. So.
Well, she said it. She just recently said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. We got Pepe was saying, hell yeah, shout out to my Latino heritage.
Right on.
I missed that one. I'm sorry. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Then below that, Robert has a nice little.
I thought it was very respectfully done. It was well done. Fuck the haters.
Well, thanks,
Dave's for that. Also, lovely comment.
Who does? Sorry,
Dave. Right below that one. I wish I could pop them up.
Taboo topics or takes will always have a place in horror. There's always been a dark comedy and satire. Really, don't think it's the material. I think it's the ocean of content.
It could very well be. I mean, and again, both those things are real. Is it the taboo title and the Hispanic thing, or like I was saying, the ocean of content that just exists? It's just so, like I was saying, so hard to stand out. Because again, we went through a strike. Where the industry was shut down for 10 months, pretty much, and nothing new came out, but we didn't really notice because there's just so much shit, you know, just so much out there that, yeah, all of us could probably use an extra year to catch up on stuff. And even still, you know, it's like, you know, I caught up on a bunch of things, and it's still like, there's still 30 or 40 television shows that are like, yeah, I could totally watch that. I've never seen that.
It actually is fun to find a show that you're really into, and nowadays you can, you know, binge watch it. That wasn't a thing, you know, when I was a kid. Like if you didn't see it, it was like impossible. Like, you know, even trying to buy the VHS tapes or whatever, it's like impossible.
It was such a different thing when we were kids, and we're going to really date myself here, but you know, but it's like, you know, when there was an episode of Happy Days or something like that, you went to school the next day and everybody saw that fucking episode of Happy Days. It was just, you know, there was only 2 other things on, right? There was, you know, so minutes or, you know, whatever. And so you had 3 choices, and everybody mostly Happy Days is a popular show. So you have that, you know, that of course now something drops, you know, on a Tuesday or whatever, and it's like, yeah, you only have 9,000 other things to compete with, so hopefully it stands out, and you know, there's enough buzz about it. But yeah, it is a very different time.
Yeah. So how about getting Efren Ramirez involved in your film?
Efren, I mean, I'm so happy he was. So that came about because I needed a lead, and casting directors don't take us very seriously when we're like, we don't have a lot of money. We got like, you know, we could offer you like a couple $1,000 maybe, you know, but so sorry, I'm a little under the weather, so it's starting to catch up with me. So anyway, so we didn't have anybody, and then Greg Grunberg, who was the lead in Big Ass Spider, he you know, he's Mr. Social butterfly. He knows everybody, and I wanted Greg as the cop. I wanted, you know, I just love working with Greg, and he always brings something special to it. And I was like, who do you know? Who do you know that you think would be good? And he's like, oh, Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite. You know, and without you know, further hesitation, he sent it to Ephraim, and Ephraim returned my call in character. He sent me a voice message in character with music playing about how he was the traveler, and just that level of enthusiasm. I mean, that's what you want, you know. It's like, yeah, oh my God, this guy's committed to it. You know, he wants to do it. Totally in. So, and he really was great. I mean, Ephraim really, truly committed to it. Really created a character, learned Nahual, which was an ancient Aztec language. And he would,
wow, wild.
Yeah, I kind of think there was kind of 3 writers. You know, there was like the 2 writers that kind of created it, and then he, you know, kind of took a pass and added his own languages and own stuff and his own moments, and yeah, really brought it to life. So Ephraim did absolutely awesome.
He really was perfect. And I don't know if he's like, I can imagine people casting someone very, very different, someone who's like, he was great. I loved it.
Yeah, I was very happy. Yeah, because honestly, I didn't really know who it was going to be. It's difficult when you're doing stuff like this. You can't afford casting directors, and you know, you can call the agencies yourself, but they're not going to take you very seriously. It's a long story, but I tried to get John Leguizamo, was kind of my original thought, and I'm trying to make this as I don't really recommend this, but I approached him at a convention because it was the only way I knew I would get his email.
That's perfect.
I ended up paying $50 to talk to him, because first it was like, oh, I'll get a picture with him and then I'll try to pitch it to him when I get the picture. But you had about 15 seconds to get the picture, you know. So I'm like, oh, you know, so I gave him a spiel, and he's like, yeah, okay, smile, cheese, great, thank you, you know, and out you go. And then they're like, oh, you know, for another $140, you could get him to sign the picture. And I'm like, do I get more time with him? And they're like, yeah, you can talk to him for a few minutes. And I'm like, all right, so I put down my $140. Went to talk to John Leguizamo, gave the whole pitch, thought it sounded great, and I told him, look, we're gonna make an offer. Your agents are gonna flush it down the toilet tomorrow because there's not gonna be enough money. They're not gonna take it seriously. So I'm putting this in your hands. Here is the script. Here's the package. This is what it is. Look for it. We want you to be the traveler. And you know, he's like, yeah, totally will, man. And then, you know, we made an offer to his agents, and it went straight into the trash can, and that was that. So, so I was like, all right, next. So yeah, so when that's what you're dealing with, yeah, it's wonderful to have somebody like Greg Grunberg who's like, I know Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite, you know, and it's like, well, okay, and look, and for someone like it's aside to also show a very different side of him, because most people still know him as Pedro. So so it was kind of like, here's something that's completely different, completely could be non-comedic, much more straightforward, true character, and it really got to show off his acting chops.
And John Leguizamo might have been sincere about that, but he might not have actually ever seen it. So, after
100% agree. His agent said we made the offer just immediately. I didn't even hesitate. It was like a knee-jerk reaction. Oh, he's not available. It was just shut down right. And it was like, okay. So
I've had similar things, not monetary, but I would talk to someone on social media and they'd want to do the show and just set it up with my agent, and then immediately they're not available. Right. I was like, I didn't even give you a date or anything, but okay. Right.
But I have a wonderful picture of me and John Leguizamo through a plexiglass thing because of COVID. So that will I will
your shield.
Yeah, and on a shield, so it was even goofier, the picture. I'm like,
was worth it then, but
not really. But there's a story I can tell about how I tried to stop John Leguizamo and it went absolutely nowhere. Yes. So
you mentioned Tubi, and I've seen some friends of mine talking about the future of Tubi. What do you see the future of Tubi? Some people are saying they're starting to edit things, and it could go down
that's
a bad
awful.
route.
I hope that's not true. But I hear they're editing shit. That sucks, because Tubi, it's a good outlet for it's free, and a lot of us grew up with commercials, and it's funny that we're going back there. And it all depends on. Like Tubi seems to, what I like as far as commercials, I like it when they front load them. It's like, here's 2 minutes of commercials or 3 minutes, but it's then you get the movie. Then we won't interrupt it. Tubi's a little better, where I think they interrupt it like 4 or 5 times or something like that, but they're relatively short. I was trying to watch Plex, not to shit on any of the streamers, but I think it's going away anyway. That's fucking awful. That was like every 5 or 10 minutes there'd be 9 commercials. Then they continue on, and then there'd be 9 more, and then they continue on for another 10 minutes, and I'm like, I'm gonna go to Amazon and just buy the movie right now and stream it, because fuck this is not worth it. So anyway,
yeah. But I mean, so many horror. There's so many weird. Old stuff, new stuff. The only thing about Tubi, it's a little hard to navigate to find, because there's just so much stuff on it. But there is so much material on there to watch.
I love it, because I put something on and then fall asleep and wake up and something I never heard of. And I'm like, this is amazing.
Right. Yeah, totally. It's just a good place to find, and it's good for filmmakers. Just at least there's a place, and I'm excited that they're doing a lot of Tubi originals now. The Soska sisters have one of theirs is coming to Tubi. My friend Dave Parker, he's got a new movie that's coming straight to Tubi. So it's cool that they're doing that. I hope that is encouraged more. So, and we have a new guest. Hello.
This is the
how we doing?
Hey, Troy, how are you?
I'm great, thanks. How you doing, Mike?
I'm super. A little under the weather, but
right.
just hanging in there. So,
Mike put over your drawings that used to do for the website. You still do some, but not every week. And also, you missed the Hammer of Zanzibar. He had it.
Oh no!
It is always in my heart.
So
it's always dear. So yes, 3D coming at you.
Awesome. I love that movie so much anyway.
Yeah. So.
Facebook user says they love some Mike Mendez. I'm not sure who this
was.
Much
appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Facebook user.
Are you working on anything currently?
Yeah. This is all development stuff, so we'll see. I should say all development stuff. So personally, I'm working on a documentary on the actor Bruce Dern. That's kind of my own personal project that I'm putting together. And then Alejandro and I, have our writing stuff. So we have some stuff in development, but hopefully it's, God willing, should it get made, it would be a big step up for us. So fingers crossed. So we'll see. I'm trying.
Facebook. That's real quick though. Facebook user is Josh Forbes, who did Destroy All Neighbors, which we love.
Oh, congrats, Josh! Yay! Yes. Hey, man. Hey, and I love how well received the movie's been. I'm very happy for Josh, so I think that's super cool. I love me some Jonah Ray, who's also in Satanic Hispanics, so I'm pro Jonah Ray anything. I just loved how people embraced Destroy All Neighbors, and I think he's got a little cult hit on his hands. So congrats, Josh. That's cool. We love us some Josh Forbes. So
yeah, that movie's great, and every character in it is great. Small, I don't say small characters, but characters that might not be in it very much, or everyone is very memorable in the movie.
Yeah, totally. So.
And sorry if I interrupted you, Annabelle, to say that was Josh Forbes. What were you saying?
Oh, that's fine. But I was asking about Bruce Dern and where that came from. Why him? He's great, but I'm curious.
I had the opportunity of meeting meeting Bruce. There was going to be a movie that we were going to do, but it didn't quite work out. But I loved hearing him talk. He was such a fountain of old Hollywood stories. It was kind of like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood Live, just kind of talking about the old westerns and about, just working with Hitchcock or Betty Davis or, so many, Quentin, of course, it just spans so long from Elia Kazan to Alexander Payne. It just he's always worked with great and amazing people at every step. John Frankenheimer, Francis Ford Coppola, and he's got stories about all of it. And his mind is very sharp. He's never, I don't, to each their own, but he's never had a drink or done any drugs, and so his brain is still totally there.
I never knew that about the man.
Yeah. So we interviewed him for something like 60 hours,
Wow.
or something like that, or maybe I'm exaggerating, but let's say 50 hours or something like that. And he told us his whole life, over the course of 8 days. And from there, we have Joe Dante. We got Joe Dante. We're planning to get Walter Hill and Laura Dern and a few other people. But I just think there's such a rich and amazing life. And he is 87, and these stories one day are going to fade and be lost forever. So I just felt like, I don't know, if I don't do it, nobody will. So it's a very daunting, large project because it's just so many stories and so much stuff. And, that's the scary part because I'm doing it largely just myself. But I think it's a worthwhile, journey to take. I just think he's an amazing person. So.
What would you want to edit, like the length of that? Because you said it's like, you might exaggerate 50 hours.
You want under a 2-hour movie, but I mean, he's so interesting that you almost think sometimes it's like, should this be like a 6-part, like hour thing?
Yeah.
Because we start, his childhood and learning to run because he became a marathon runner, but then pretty soon he goes to New York and he meets Elia Kazan and goes to the actor studio and is working there with Paul Newman and Eli Wallach and Jack Klugman and people like that nature, and then works through that, meets Marilyn Monroe and all sorts of folks like that, and then goes to Hollywood, starts working in westerns, and then pretty soon he's working with Roger Corman, and then elevating to 70s stuff, and again it's just then John Frankenheimer, Alfred Hitchcock, it's just a never-ending slew of like, oh my God, your life is fucking amazing. He'll just throw out and stuff that we recorded that didn't mean as much when we recorded it because I shot it like 2 years ago. When I'm reviewing the footage now, he'll just throw in there, it's like, oh, the time I had lunch with Oppenheimer, and it's like, you had fucking lunch with Oppenheimer? And like, yeah. He had tea and a hard-boiled egg. It was very strange. It's just like, wow, it's so crazy, And then, his daughter is who she is, and it's just at every point, it's just like he's like just always surrounded by greatness, It's just always surrounded by just the best directors and the best actors, and just it's almost weird when he didn't meet somebody, when it's like, you never met Frank Sinatra, like, but it really is that, like, because even Elvis, did you meet Elvis? He's like, yeah, we played baseball once, on New York. Like, holy fucking shit. So anyway, it's amazing, and there's so many stories about killing John Wayne, about I don't know. Whether it's blowing up the Super Bowl on Black Friday or meeting Betty Davis while she's fighting with Joan Crawford. I mean, it's just so much shit that you're like, this is amazing, So, and going all the way up to the Burbs and working with Corey Feldman and, all sorts of shit, from
Oppenheimer to Corey Feldman. Yeah.
No, exactly. It's just so all over the gamut. And the other thing is that, and he does complete, total low budget shit sometimes. So he'll go working with the absolute best and then just do Toolbox Murders 2 and for whatever reason. And it's just, I know the reason. It's just, as he will say, but yeah, no, it's just an amazing person and somebody that I'm lucky enough to call a dear, dear friend. I have lunch with him. We have monthly meetings at IHOP because he loves IHOP. Yeah,
what's his favorite IHOP meal?
He likes
fresh and fruity.
No, he eats very weird food. So he likes crepes with nothing on them, and just a lot of soft butter. None of that like hard shit out of the fridge. Okay. Soft and crisp American bacon and a Coca-Cola. That's the Dern's order usually. So anyway, yeah.
What's Mike Mendez's favorite IHOP meal?
Oh, the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity, of course, yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. See, that's mine as well. So I was happy to hear that. Yeah.
No. I love IHOP. I love IHOP more than one should. So I don't know. I mean, I like all sorts of things there, but the pancakes, and you give me some form of pancakes, but they have shit that just shouldn't exist, like the cupcake pancakes. But I love it.
Troy's a big fan of all the crazy pancakes.
Oh yeah, like the cinnamon bun pancakes. I can't get enough of those.
They do not have sprinkles and frosting, but they do, and I'm here for it. So.
Like when they had the Grinch pancakes for a minute, they were so good.
And we often have special guests that randomly come down. So for instance, one day Tom Savini came down to sit down with Bruce. Not because Bruce knows who Tom Savini is. He has no fucking idea.
Who is this guy?
That makes it even cooler, though. That's great.
And it doesn't matter because when you have lunch with Bruce, you don't really talk. He's just going to tell you stories, and so it works fine. Savini's there, and we know about Savini. We don't need to hear about it. Just let's let Bruce just kind of take it over. So, and I think the reason I brought up Corey Feldman is supposedly Corey said that he wants. Someone told me that he wants to come down for breakfast too. So maybe we might have a Burbs reunion. We'll see.
This could be a series. Breakfast.
Yeah.
Breakfast return, yes.
Oh, that would be perfect.
Yeah, totally. Just have different random folks show up. But I think tomorrow we have one of the effects artists on oh my god, this is the sick brain in me, like fuck. The 70s Silent Running. So one of the miniature builders.
It's probably my favorite Eastern movie. So.
I love that.
Yeah, is joining us tomorrow for him. We're surprising Bruce. He doesn't know that unless he's listening to this podcast, and then surprise.
Yeah, I'm sure he's an avid listener. Yeah.
I'm sure. I believe he hasn't missed an episode. So. Anyway, so we try to surprise him with different folks every week just to kind of keep it interesting. But I don't know, because at this point I've heard the stories. So at this point, even though they're fascinating, I'm like, yes, I know, yes. So it's more fun to bring new people and have them experience it. So
that's incredible.
I love that. That's wild.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of people want to hear the Bruce Dern stories, that they're just coming to breakfast with him. So I don't know. It seems like this, if you can do a multi-part thing.
Well, that's the thing, and that's sort of what it kind of is. This, again, it's just like these stories will be lost one day, and I just felt like, no, this is good stuff. This is really interesting, you know. So I hope it works as a movie. We'll see. Something I'm funding out of my own pocket, so I have no idea, but it's just, and again, it was definitely a much larger project than when I set out to do it, because it's like, no, this is a lot of work. I wouldn't think that I could hear 2 years later. And again, I made Satanic Hispanics. I work on Beavis and Butthead. There's a lot of stuff I do aside, trying to have a life, etc. But I'm shocked that 2 years later from after shooting it, that I'm still not nearly anywhere near the end of it, so I have a ton of interviews to get, and stuff like that. So
and the good thing, though, if you do make it, under 2-hour movie, you still have all the footage that, if people dig
absolutely.
it, that could, be specials on something or a series or whatever.
Well,
it could make for a good
Extended
podcast, so yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's true. You can release it in hour chunks or half-hour chunks or whatever.
Do you think there's any chance that would be something that could get picked up like a Netflix or whatever?
Maybe. I mean, it's encouraging to see something like the Christopher Reeve movie that just premiered at forgot if it was Venice or something like that. But that sold for like $15 million. He's Superman, granted. Bruce is not Superman. He almost was RoboCop, which really, again, the things he tells me that blows my mind. And they're like, you said no to RoboCop?
wow.
And he's like, my face was covered most of the movie. Why would I want to do anyway,
That's a very different RoboCop if Bruce Dern was RoboCop.
Oh, yeah.
Would have loved to have seen it. It would have been dope. I would have been totally fine. Yeah, but that would have been I wish he would have.
I'm into it. Yeah.
He tells me, I'm like, God damn, that would have been amazing. He's like,
yeah.
He worked. It turned out fine. So.
Yeah. So all the stuff behind you, I know from being Facebook friends, and you have a lot of different toys and stuff. So not all your stuff behind you. What are some of the more, maybe not your favorite, I guess it is your favorite. What are some of your favorite toys or your special toys?
Well, we have the beautiful Xenomorph here.
I was wondering about that. Like, I think I know what that is. That's incredible.
Yeah. That's a pull from this duster here is not doing it any favors. But anyway, that's a pull from the original Stan Winston mold from Aliens, and that.
Oh wow!
As much as I love the Giger one, and I would love the Giger one too, but I've always loved the Stan Winston Alien. I don't know, and the Queen and stuff like that. So this is my sci-fi area that we're seeing here. So horror is more upstairs. Actually, to be honest, horror is sadly in storage at the moment. Most of my stuff is really okay. I'm never gonna not be a geek. So my house I live in a very small house, but it's basically a cabin. And I was like, look, I'm a horror geek that lives in a cabin. I cannot live with myself if I don't turn this into the Evil Dead cabin. And so I'm kind of just focused just Evil Dead upstairs. So it's just, and trying to do stuff more like the deer head, and my girlfriend got me an amazing gift for Valentine's Day. She recreated she had someone
beautiful. That's great.
So the clock is in there, and so someone was kind enough to say they're going to send me a chainsaw, which would be amazing. I just got the little deer hooves to put the shotgun on the wall. Anyway, so I'm trying. I need like the reel-to-reel machine. There's a few little pieces I'm missing, and I'm going to try to build a little trap door and have a Deadeye, out,
that's
whatever.
Exactly
but I'm trying to stick just to like, okay, now when you enter, you're in the Evil Dead cabin, and yes, there are Evil Dead toys and stuff like that. But I'm just trying to call it an Evil Dead as opposed to like, oh, there's stuff everywhere. So I try to put all of my stuff that I like having around here. But again, I'll try to give it a little bit of a tour here. But I try to keep it more. I'm trying if I could go all the way.
Neal, pin him so we can enjoy.
Good.
Yeah.
See, there's San La Muerte from Satanic Hispanics.
Oh,
nice. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And then these are the Grave Dancers I have there. So anyway, so yeah.
Awesome.
It's a little combination of stuff of like comic books. That's like OG Ninja Turtle shit. Then the white cabinet there is all Alien and Aliens.
Oh, okay.
Millennium Falcon up there.
Most of that section there is all Alien. And then sorry, my big head is in the way. Then we get into sorry.
See some Batman.
Is that Merciless Ming and Flash Gordon?
Yeah, totally. So yeah, we get into a Batman section there. And then this is all kind of Star Wars and Star Wars ripoffs. God damn it! So
we know Eduardo's also a big Star Wars guy, and he liked a lot of like.
We definitely have a bond when it comes to there. So let me move over. There, you'll see some RoboCop, some Matrix, Beavis and Butthead back there because I work on that, and then You might see a little Snake Plissken and a little Jack
I
Burton
was just
hanging out.
checking that out. Yep.
Oh, was that Merciless Ming or Lopan?
No, it's Ming the Merciless. Sorry.
It is, okay.
Oh yeah, I see Butthead now.
Amazing.
Yeah, then we got the Marvel films and a lot of Back to the Future and the James Bond and some Gremlins, some E.T. We try to cover it all here. So anyway.
Wow.
There we go. All right.
I think I saw a little Harryhausen up there too.
There's a little Harryhausen and there's a little Boober Neal. So anyway, I have a huge collection, so I have to be very selective about what goes where, and so this one was kind of like, as much as I would love to make this all horror, believe me, I can make rooms of all sorts of shit that I love to do. I just don't have the space to do it. So I could make this an all horror room, but I was like, originally the idea was like, I'll keep the horror at home upstairs, and the office will be more cult movies, anything from Willy Wonka to RoboCop to Escape from New York to The Thing. I'm just looking around here of the side you can't see. Rambo, Rocky, Godzilla, 2001. I have a whole Kubrick thing. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, we love our toys. Yes, I will never open it.
I think that's amazing. Yeah. Have you seen, because you got the whole Evil Dead? Have you seen Evil Dead the musical?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I wanted my own Bruce Campbell. That's part of the reason I got the deer head. So.
Annabelle it was a surprise. Annabelle took me to the Evil Dead musical for my birthday, which was really
cool. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's awesome. Nice. Yeah, that was fun.
I was asking if you have the Necronomicon.
Of course, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Of course, that's
naturally several.
Okay.
Speaking of Harryhausen, wasn't the Alien and Friday the?
It was very. Man, that's a deep cut. Allen's The Day the World Ended. Yes, in my short Friday the 31st from Tales of Halloween, there's the little alien that goes. And that was inspired a long time ago. I saw David Allen's The Daytime Ended, and he had this little stop motion alien that kind of leaps around and kind of waves like, and I don't know. I was just struck when I saw that, going like, well, wouldn't that be interesting if that was the villain? The cute little, alien, and that was the mean motherfucker that was killing everybody. So that and that section from Tales of Halloween was originally the opening scene to a whole script that was about that, but it was the thing that I could never get off the ground, and I always wanted to do that opening scene. So when Tales of Halloween came around, I'm like, look, I'm just going to take the opening scene of this movie that's probably never going to get made, and just do that. So, yeah.
We all love Tales from Halloween too. People should check that out if they haven't seen it, and if you have seen it, watch it again. It's great. Yeah. So, what do you do on Beavis and Butthead?
So Beavis and Butthead, of course, famously make fun of videos, and now in this new age, they make fun of YouTube clips and TikTok videos. I work on those things. And it is my wonderful day job that I feel so incredibly blessed to have, because I have a great time doing it. I love it. I love working with it. I love working with Mike Judge. And I love, just being able to make fun of people every day. I don't know. And weirdly, I'm good at it. I don't know. It's just that. There's Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. I was one of the editors on that, which is the movie on Paramount Plus. 2 seasons on Paramount Plus. Nobody has Paramount Plus, so I have to. People go like, "Oh, how long has Beavis and Butthead been on?" And I'm like, "Well, it hasn't been on in 25 years, but it recently has returned, and I work on the new Beavis and Butthead." So anyway, and so there's 2 seasons on it, and I'm just blessed to do what was always my favorite part of the show when I was a kid, which was making fun of videos. That was the stuff that I liked. I mean, the episodes are great too, and there's like 2 departments. There's the stuff that I do, which is making those videos. I don't get to work with everybody else who's making the show. We just videos of the commercials and the TikToks, and I have a great time, and I feel very isolated. So when I get to see the finished show, it's like, oh wow, there's segments and episodes, and they go on adventures. They just don't make fun of Olivia Rodrigo all day. Okay, cool.
He must have saw all the Star Wars stuff. Spencer Wilding, who was Darth Vader in Rogue One, says hello.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I like to name drop these people.
That was, that fucking ending. That ending was dope. It was the best. That was
yeah.
Part of that
people
movie.
talk bad about the new Star Wars movies, but Rogue One's great.
Certainly that ending made it fucking worthwhile for me. That ending when he goes all fucking
that's tremendous.
Oh, tremendous. Where's that movie? Yeah. So anyway.
I was just gonna ask because people who grew up with Beavis and Butthead, I think almost everyone has done a Beavis and or Butthead impersonation.
Oh, without a doubt.
You don't have to do it, but if you were to impersonate one, who would be the one you would prefer?
And I notice this is true of the writers. There's one writer who always does Butthead, but pretty much everyone always does Beavis. So I don't know. I'm a little sick right now, so I can't really. So I'm stuck up. I have bronchitis. Anyway, but I am a little sick, so I can't fully. So anyway, but for whatever reason, I don't know if it's just me. I favor Beavis, and I noticed Mike Judge favors Beavis. And he did let it out once. He's like, well, the show is called Beavis and Butthead. So, so I think secretly we all love Beavis because Butthead's kind of an asshole, Butthead's
like a little
and
underdog.
Beavis is kind of one. So I think, I don't know, at least for me, and it's interesting. I'm curious if other people like relate more to Butthead or whatever, but I kind of just relate more to Beavis for some reason. So yes, he is the favorite. Nothing against
a childhood friend of Troy and our Daniel Sullivan, who passed away very young, but he used to do the Beavis dance. You remember that Troy used to do where he put his butt in the air? But yeah, he used to do that all the time when we were playing.
When he was at the school, he would when he was like in 4th, 5th grade, he would pull his shirt over his head and do the cornholio. And
sure, absolutely. I need to be
Yep. And then some of the teachers had no idea what that was, and it made it even funnier.
Went to the principal's office.
It was great. Yeah.
No, it's a weird thing. And it's something, in some ways, I'm pleased to talk about it. No one ever asked me about it for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know if they're like, no, honestly, I don't know if they think like, well, he probably wants to talk about the directing and the producing stuff, but it's like, I'm super proud of the stuff I do on Beavis and Butthead. Like, I wish more people would want to talk about it because we work hard on that stuff, and I think a lot of it's really funny. So I'm more than happy to talk about it. And the God's honest truth is like, at this point, it's like I've given something like 4 years of my life at least to Beavis and Butthead because I worked on it. It's how I got the job. And funny enough, I got the job because of the convent. In 2011, there was a season that MTV returned it. And it was just one season that they did in 2011. And they couldn't find an editor that could get Mike Judge's sense of humor for that stuff. Like they'd have the animation editors, because everyone wanted the job. Everyone was like, oh, I want to do the music videos.
Yeah.
But he would just be like, they don't quite get it. And then the post super was a gentleman named Robert Parigi who'd made a wonderful movie called Love Object back in the day. And he's like, I was watching The Convent and I kind of think you and Mike Judge might have a sync. I don't know why. It's just a crazy feeling. And sure enough, I mean, I can't believe that it worked, and I can't believe that it happened. But I came in and Mike just liked me, and we just hit it off right from there. And so they canceled the show after that 1 year. And then when the pandemic was happening and Paramount Plus was a rumble, the new streaming service was coming, one of the first things they announced was Beavis and Butthead was coming back. So I had an old email of Mike Judge, which thankfully he checked because, it wasn't his current email. And I'm like, and again, it was the pandemic. So, we all wanted jobs, and it would have been great to work from home, which I still do. And I was like, hey man, I would love my old job back if that's a possibility. And he's like, absolutely. And so it started with Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. So I got to work on that. And then now we're on season 3 of Beavis and Butthead. I hope there's a season 4. Again, I love it. As an indie filmmaker, you love any form of consistency in income is a wonderful thing. And it's TV, so it's never even consistent. But it's as close as I'm going to get to it. So it was wonderful to I think we made Satanic Hispanics literally in between Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe and season 1 of the show. That I get these little pockets that I could go do my stuff, and then come back and have a relative normal thing I can count on, and then continue writing and producing and doing the things I do. So it's been a wonderful blessing, and I just feel so lucky to work with the people that I do. So
what happens when TikTok might get taken down by Congress? Do you move on to other stupid videos? There's plenty of stupid videos in the world.
There's always another platform.
YouTube will always. Baby Smoke Master 420. I like the name, by the way. Says Butthead gets deep sometimes, and I always thought Butthead might actually score, not Beavis. So my understanding, because I don't know if you've seen the show, we do old Beavis and Butthead, because in the movie they go through a time warp, and so the young ones land in 2023 or whatever it is now. 2044 technically now, but we do a split where, like, what if, now that the multiverse is very big, of like, what if Beavis and Butthead didn't go that way and they're middle-aged and they do the videos and stuff like that, which are lots of fun too, very overweight and smoking and drinking and and look like they look like they're going to die any minute anyway. So I asked, I'm like, really, do we really believe that these old guys who are about my age, that they haven't scored at all? Like, they haven't, like, they didn't have some incident in a truck stop with and then the showrunner was like, absolutely not. There's only one rule to the show. There's only one thing that is canon. Beavis and Butthead can never score. And my heart goes out. It really does. But that is the one thing that we will always stick to, apparently. Beavis and Butthead. Maybe if there's a final episode, maybe, but that is
okay.
And I still don't think so. I still think this is going to be so. Anyway, oh well.
What do you think Beavis and Butthead would think of Satanic Hispanics?
I can imagine.
What do you think of it? I don't understand the language they're talking in. Is this Mexican?
I think I can imagine Beavis saying something about tacos.
My favorite part of Latin culture is the nachos. I really have to. So I would think. So.
You were doing like a Bruce Dern Beavis.
Yeah,
they all run together.
Kind of, probably, right? Yeah, kind of. This is my Bruce.
Would Bruce Dern be a voice on Beavis and Butthead?
What do you want?
That would be tremendous.
Bruce Dern be a voice on Beavis and Butthead?
I doubt it, but I would love to see. The question I often get from actors is, how can I be a voice on Beavis and Butthead? Of which I don't try to push people for that. That's out of my league. So I just edit the videos.
Dave does add that nachos rule. I think that's something we can all get.
They are onto something. Nachos do truly rule.
Oh, that is true too, Age. I hear lies, Beavis and Butthead. They never scored.
I mean, and I think that was an actual from the one of the episodes. Right? I seem to remember a frame of Beavis seeing the grave. Unless you never scored. So it's true. That's the one rule we have to always go by.
So I know we've had you here longer than I said an hour, but I do want to know, since you have all the different things, you've got all different genres behind you, what got you into movies and wanted to become, a filmmaker? Was it any one specific genre, or is it just like all these films?
I don't know. I mean, I think any film lover is. Do we choose it, or does it choose us? I'm not sure. Are you just kind of bored with it? And I really mean that particularly for us kindred here that are the horror lovers. It's like I don't. They like to think that there was some traumatic incident that happened in our childhood that made us like this stuff, and I don't. At least in my case, I don't. I mean, I saw The Hills Have Eyes. That fucked me up, but that's about as far as I can go with traumatic incidents. But no, it just speaks to you. I don't know what it is. Why bats and spiders and coffins feel like a warm blanket? I don't know, but they do to me. And I've always felt that way. It's just I would say probably one of the, well. I was just thinking about this earlier because I have to do an interview about this next week about Creature Kids and what got us into the stuff. And I guess, we were given a huge favor by George Lucas and Star Wars, because even though it's not a horror movie, that certainly got us in as children into the ideas of creatures, right? So, between Hammerhead and Greedo and, Chewbacca and all that stuff, robots, and, so that's early Rick Baker, right? So Rick Baker is in our lives. I mean, I don't want to say how old I am, but let's just say from a very early age, as long as I can remember, Rick Baker has been there. And then it was in 1981, and I would go, my parents, for better or worse, I actually really owe them for this, would take me to everything. There was it's not like it is today. I'm like, oh, you shouldn't take your child to that. It was just like, hey, aliens playing, let's go. So I would see Friday the 13th and things like that, which was scary. But I don't think the gore, especially that it was very edited back then, I don't think the gore hit me so much as when in 1981 I saw this movie called An American Werewolf in London, and I think that's where it really starts, right? That's at least for me, where you're seeing, I think, from pretty much right from the get go, but certainly the nightmare with that vampire, is just so quick and startling, and it stays with you so much, and then you get the Nazi werewolves, and then you get the werewolf. Then of course the transformation, and there's so much that was just amazing. And then shortly after we got The Howling, and then later that year we got The Thing, and The Thing is what, oh my God, I mean, still, both those movies are amazing. They're unparalleled. There's nothing like them. There's never been a movie that's had the effects that The Thing has. Like, it's 40 years later, we have way more technology and ability and bigger budgets and whatever. Nothing comes fucking close to Rob Bottin doing The Thing. Amazing. And I think that was the, what really catapults you into kind of like, I love this. I love monsters.
There's no going back. Yeah,
there's just no going back. And again, obviously, that doesn't speak to every child. That there's the whatever the fuck is wrong with us, or right. We share that. There's that the macabre speaks to us. It's inviting. It's beautiful. It's dark. We all at some point dye our hair black and wear black t-shirts with horror shit. It's just and we find each other, whether it's through podcasts or magazines or conventions, we all find each other. And you're never going to find a horror fan that's not going to go, oh, the fucking thing sucks, or anything like that. Jill is here. So,
yo, hey, everybody.
My rant really fast.
I'm asked if she mind popping in at the end here when we're with you. So
all right. Well, we love Jill, so it's always happening to see her. Hello. How are you? Anyway, yes. So we find each other through all these outlets, like this podcast or like conventions. And it's like, you find the kindreds that love the same shit. You're not going to find a horror fan that you're going to go like, oh, don't you love The Thing? No one's going to say no. Oh, that sucks. There's certain
if they do, you're going to stop talking to them.
But then you go on to the next.
There's certain tenets we all agree on. John Carpenter is a god. Wes Craven is a god. The Fly rule. These are all things that you're not going to. We all share this, and so we may differ in little things of eventually minutia, but there's just stuff that just kind of binds us and brings us all together, and I think it's a beautiful thing. So I think originally, I'll just finish it off with this. It was Famous Monsters of Filmland, which was always credited Foley Ackerman as kind of the first person to raise that freak flag and kind of go, hey, weirdos, you're not alone. There are others out there, because when I was a kid, I was the lone weirdo reading Fangoria that the jocks did not like, did not particularly get that or like that or would make fun of you. But then you find awesome people and you find your life is way fucking cooler than their life now, so fuck them. So anyway. All right.
And the internet gets a bad rap a lot of times, rightfully so, but it is how a lot of us found each other, because like you said,
it was hard to find your tribe back in the day.
There wasn't a ton of weird horror people where I lived, and but now I know a lot of them through the internet.
Absolutely, totally. So, all right, I've taken enough of your time. Let's have the lovely Jill take over. I can't wait to see your new movie, Jill. I'm really excited for it. So,
thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Mike. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, you guys.
Thank you so much.
What's up, everyone?
Hey, so
I'm glad
we'll
to be
do it,
back.
even though, yeah, it's great to have you back, Jill. And your new movie we have up here, Ghost Game. I switched the logo. Can you give people an idea of what Ghost Game is about?
Yes, it's about a group of people who participate in this internet challenge of sorts. They play the ghost game where they break into homes and try to live inside them secretly as the people who live there are still going about their lives. Like kind of like living in the attics and in the walls, which we've heard about scary stories of this happening in real life, which I feel like is way scarier in real life. I watched some of this silly what the hell reality show about frogging, which I learned they call that frogging, which is such a silly term for it.
I've never heard that term before.
No.
Yeah, so it's about this group of like 20 somethings that do this all the time. And of course, in our film, they're doing it in this like super infamous haunted mansion where this family happens to be just moving in as well. So it's kind of like in home invasion film meets this like haunted house film, and then they collide.
I like.
That's crazy.
Did you ever
what
did
an
you ever think of calling?
It's wild.
I was just wondering if you ever thought of calling the movie Frogging.
I don't know. I didn't write it. It was written by Adam Caesar, and I hate that term. It's horrible.
Yeah, don't look it up. Like I just looked it up in the Urban Dictionary, and there's many other definitions that
I'm curious. We'll go over that.
I'm sure Urban Dictionary is always entertaining.
Yes, you mentioned the writer for Ghost Game. So did you know him previously? How did you guys get together?
Yeah, we were actually working together on a different project that we were trying to get to come to life a couple years ago. Him and Jamie Nash wrote that previous one together. Jamie wrote, you guys might know from like Lovely Molly, Exists, a lot of Edward Sanchez's films Jamie wrote.
Oh, nice.
And Jamie produced Ghost Game, so he's part of this one too. So we were already kind of connected, and this film was it's part of a Dread Presents films. And so it was part of this slate of films where so I was hired to direct this one. And so I kind of already knew everybody and just kind of worked out perfectly. When I read the script, I really enjoyed it and really liked, especially like how I brought up how it's kind of like two horror films that we've kind of seen before, but colliding into each other is what I really loved about it. But yeah, I've known Adam for a few years, and he wrote the books you guys might have heard of, Clown in a Cornfield. They've gotten pretty big, and someone's bought the rights to adapt it. I've told him I want to direct it, but yeah, I know that his books are doing
I like
really
the
well
title.
too. It's a really fun slasher, Clown in a Cornfield. He's on his third sequel of it right now. Novels, yeah.
Sweet, yeah. So this is your follow-up. Your first feature film you directed was The Stylist, and I did shorts before that, and now doing, The Stylist, the original concept you came up with. So this is going to be directing something that, someone else came up with. How different is that for you? Or was that for you?
It was very different. I had directed some shorts written by other people, but I was still pretty involved in kind of like like giving notes on the drafts, and still from kind of the beginning of the concept. So this was unique, and it was something that I kind of just had to dive in, and we were shooting it 2 months after the first time I read it, which is not normal for me.
Yeah.
I like to take a stupid amount of time on pre-production if I have the luxury to. But I don't know. I enjoy directing other people's writing. But everything about this was unique because I was hired onto it versus I'm used to kind of like producing my own work normally and being my own boss. So that was a learning curve. But then I didn't have to, a lot of the pressures were taken off my shoulder in that way since I wasn't the producer. So I don't know. I really enjoyed it though. I really felt like I could make it, mine still.
And for people who don't know, it's going to be premiering at Panic Fest, which is very exciting. That's a big festival.
Very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's here in Kansas City.
Yeah. And
Starts
Panic
April
Fest,
4th,
Kansas
sorry.
City. Oh, sorry. We should say that.
April 4th.
You're very much more professional than I am.
Well, my screening's April 6th, but anyone who's around should come. But I think they just released a few more passes, but they're almost sold out.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've never been to Panic Fest,
You've
but
gotta
I've
come.
heard great things, and they always have a lot of fun stuff. Like last year, they had the trading cards. And,
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I watched your film there last year. Congratulations.
that's very good. Yes, I regret not going to Panic Fest last year, but I was very happy you got to see the movie, and you liked it too, which was also
I did.
plus.
I did. Proof on my letterboxd.
Oh, excellent, excellent. But this has been a festival you've been going to for a long time, so it's great to have your stuff there. And obviously you want to see your movie with people, but what's the feeling going in, before you go see it with people? Obviously you're happy, but you also are you nervous?
Yes. I'm not really nervous yet. I think that's something that it sets in when it's much closer. Like if I actually sat down and really started to think about it, then I'll get nervous. Like that people are actually going to watch it. It's almost like when you're working on it, you're so wrapped up that then one day it dawns on you like, oh my God, people are going to watch this now. It's like, duh. But yeah, especially once I sit down, I'm an anxious person. Like as nothing, even just a regular day, nothing's happening. I already have a baseline of like anxiety.
Oh,
So
no.
during a movie screening, it's like, it's funny because I always say this, I'm like, filmmaking is so masochistic. It's like, we say we like it, but so much of it is painful. like the screening is so exciting, but then the whole time I will be like, sweaty hands, like stomach in knots, like probably tapping my hand the whole time, praying for it to like go faster. But that's how it's like I've watched The Stylist 1,000 times now, and that I still feel once I sit down, I'm like, oh, I forgot what this was like.
Well, since you mentioned that, and since I went through it at our premiere, I didn't think too much of it leading in until that day, and then especially going into the theater, and I was like, "Oh God, people are actually going to watch this? Are they going to even understand this? Like, is everyone going to hate it? Like, what did we make? Like, I don't know what like." And I'd
But it's
seen it a
also the
million times
best.
through the editing process, so I can't even really think of it as a movie at this point.
But it's like I think it's nerve-wracking because, well, obvious reasons, but also you need that in person. And what's scary is like you're hoping that those moments, like you'll hear those reactions to whatever the moments are. And then the best part is there's always like I feel like surprises every time you first watch something with the crowd. Like people might laugh at something you never realized was funny, or I don't know. I'm always surprised, but in a good way, at like specific reactions to things.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, that seems. I think a lot with horror movies too is people will find stuff funny that maybe you wouldn't think they would think is funny.
Yeah, it's like a tense laugh, like an awkward laugh kind of feeling. I feel like.
Yeah.
Sometimes people
And
laugh. Like we've been to movies and people will laugh, and you're like, "This is clearly not meant to be." What
Oh,
is
yeah.
wrong with you? Not even like, oh, I'm watching something horror. Like we'll go to horror movies and I'll laugh very hard at things that are very, very violent.
yeah,
but
we were the only two laughing during Thanksgiving. Everyone else like
oh my
actually seemed
God,
scared,
so
which is kind of
funny.
weird. But we
I
had
had
a
to
good
laugh. I
time
had to
watching.
laugh in my arm.
You definitely have to laugh during a slasher. Come on, people.
Yeah. We were
That's what it's for.
confused. It was a packed theater, and everyone else they seemed very like actually scared from the movie. And like,
Wow.
they baked the person like a turkey. Like
The
you
kills
have to
were
laugh
pretty
at
good.
this. Yeah, they were great. I thought. Yeah, when we laughed. We enjoyed it. We actually laughed because we were just having a good time. No, but it was a very strange experience. So, what is the vibe of Ghost Game though? Because when you say horror, that could be anything. It could be a horror comedy. Is it serious? Like very serious?
I feel like it's really more like a straightforward horror film, but it is more leaning towards fun. It's not fun. It's not a comedy by any means, but it's definitely way more fun than say The Stylist, which was I intentionally tried to make something very sad with The Stylist. This movie is not, well, to say there's not sad things is morbid because as horror fans we're like to people dying, whatever, that's gonna happen. But Yeah, it definitely is more of a, I feel like a movie you can, but I hear people say the stylist is fun and I'm like, what is wrong with you? I mean, I like it, but I'm like, it's not fun. But this one's definitely more of a fun, just straightforward horror film.
Yeah. And that had is it the people that work on it, like the crew, had they worked with you previously, or are they more people who know the writer? Like,
Oh yeah, that was also so different for me on this because we shot it in Maryland, near Baltimore. We were actually in a small town called Hagerstown, and it's because I was hired by Ed Sanchez, the Blair Witch director. He's the executive producer on this, and that's like we were in the Blair Witch stomping grounds essentially. But so we were working with mostly people from that area, but we brought in DP Justin Brooks, who you guys might know. He him and his partner Emily Bennett, they make films together. They made a film called Alone with You a couple years ago. That was a Shudder release, and actually they both came onto this film because Justin shot the film, and then Emily is in it. And so this was a whole new crew for me, which was scary before it started, but once we started working on it, it was really exciting to see to prove to myself that I could work with a totally new crew and to see how we all found our like jive together. It just took like a couple days, which I think that's normal. It's like 20 people thrown together that haven't worked together.
Yeah,
Some
that's
of them
not
had
bad.
worked together. But it really was exciting. That was really cool because I didn't know exactly what to expect with a lot of it because I'm used to working with the same people over and over with the shorts and stuff. But it was awesome. And yeah, we did get to bring cast in though. I want to brag about some of them. We have like our ghost gang, as I call them, is a Kia Dorsey, Zane Hadir, and Sam Lakowski. But then our family that's moving into the house is Michael C. Williams from Blair Witch and Emily Bennett, who I mentioned. And then Vienna Moss, who was the flower girl and the stylist. She was in it only for a second, but she was impressed us so much on set that I was like, I can't wait till I have a reason to cast her again. And I can't wait for people to see her, especially in this, because it's like a really big role for being like, she's only 10 years old when we filmed it. She's almost like, her role's like pretty big in almost like a Danny Torrance role. It's a pretty, so I'm so excited and nervous because there's challenging stuff she has to deal with, but it was all really exciting to do in the end. And I can't wait. I hope that she's like, people really notice her performance in this.
Yeah. Now, are you a ghost person? Like, do you believe in ghosts? Do you ever do any of these ghost hunting things or anything like that?
I want to believe in them, and I like to go to places that are like haunted. But I'm not like a ghost hunt, like a serious ghost hunter by any means. But any place if it's haunted, I'm like, let's go check it. The horror fan in me has to go to anywhere that's might be scary.
Yeah,
but this house
like that. But go on, sorry.
Oh, sorry. The house we shot in, that might be the coolest thing for me as like a nerd, getting to make this movie. We shot in a house that was built like in the 1600s. Part of it was built even earlier than that. Like a governor of Maryland lived in it like a million years ago. We got to meet one of the families that lived in it almost 100 years ago. Like not the people weren't still, their family was in it. Like this old man that we got to meet, his parents lived in it. But it was, if anything, like if I've been in these old places I've been, I feel like it does have this feeling of something about old places. You can just feel the time. And I feel like the people that have been there, I don't know if it's literally that I believe in ghosts or if you can just feel the like history in places. And to me, that's what like haunted feels like, but I'm, not to real ghost people. I don't know, but that place, if anything's haunted, that place has got to be haunted.
Yeah. So, because Troy and I used to go visit our great grandparents in Pennsylvania, Troy and our brothers, and it was a real old house. It was like an old log cabin that they built the house around. But it always had this weird. The people always said it was haunted, but it always had a kind of the same feeling. What you're saying, it just felt like there's history here, and it had a certain atmosphere to it.
It was an uncomfortable place.
Like older places, naturally more fucked up things happen in those places, especially on the east side of the country. We go into talking about slavery, all kinds of stuff. So another place that made me feel insanely like just the worst dark feelings was I got to go to a really old prison once. And I was like, well, if anything is going to be, it's just full of negative, horrible feelings and vibes for years and years and years. It's like, that's got to, I don't know, I'm more of a hippie and like manifesting like energy and thinking about stuff like that. I'm like, this, you got to be able to like feel that much, like, you know, nothing happy has happened in this place ever.
Yeah.
So,
well, Annabelle, remember when we went to the Mutter Museum in Pennsylvania, and they have a wall of all the skulls, and one skull just like felt weird to me. I went up, and I didn't know, and it said under the skulls what they were, and it was like some child killer in like from Russia.
oh my God.
But it's weird because that
No
skull
way.
just felt really like odd and off to me. So.
Yeah, and Neal is not a believer of anything.
No, I don't believe anything, but it was very strange. Yeah.
I don't believe anything.
I don't believe this is real. But no.
Nothing. He doesn't think we're-
Well, that I might have exaggerated. I don't believe in anything, but very skeptical.
You
guy.
believe in love and I don't know what else. No.
Have
Where
you
was
ever
this
used?
I went to? I went
I
to
thought we were gonna have a sing along.
I went to Alcatraz, and it was great because it was interesting. I had the little tape that you play, but it was awful. And there was the isolation cell. It was awful. It was awful. Just thinking about someone being in total darkness in the space, like the size of a large bathroom. And it was, I get that people are in there for not doing great things, but I don't know.
Yeah. Man,
Not
I would
great.
love to visit Alcatraz.
Awesome.
The one I got to go to, actually, we shot a short film in it. It's the Missouri State Penitentiary, and it's in Jefferson City. We shot a short called One Last Meal. It's on YouTube somewhere, on Alter's YouTube. But it was such a dream to shoot in this place, but it's like 3 giant buildings. They only closed it down like maybe 20 years ago. So, and it was built in the late 1800s. But if you go in this same place, like you would think they closed this thing down at least 50 years ago. It looked so horrifying that they had people in there in the 2000s. Like they had to finally move people because of how fucked up the conditions were. But I got to, the first time I went there and toured it with this woman, like in, you know, middle of the day, I could tell and she even admitted, she was like, I would not go down in this basement by myself in the middle of the day. And she like is here in this place all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Like works across her office is across the street. We go down to the solitary confinement, like you're talking about. And there were like multiple, it was like a dungeon. There were like curved doors, pitch black. And one of them was completely sealed. And she told me that back in some day, they filled it with people like sardines and then just sealed it. I was like, what are they? What's in there? Are you fucking kidding me?
Bones? Oh my God.
I'm really extreme in the sense of I'm very anti the way we treat prisoners. I understand people do horrible things, but the way that we're dealing with it is fucked. But we got to shoot in the death row area and in the actual gas chamber. And in this gas chamber, they still have a framed picture of all the people they've killed in this thing. What is wrong with fucking people?
Yeah, that's pretty gruesome.
Oh my God. Oh, wait. If anything is, I don't know anything about haunted shit. My special effects artist, Colleen Kaufman, very into that. She's telling us the whole place is haunted everywhere we're going. But when we're in the gas chamber, I was asking an actor to sit in this chair where people died. So I did it first. And everything we filmed in that room, you know, normally the camera picks up sound so we can sync it to the good sound. But when in that room, our camera's sound was just like static the whole time. Like the picture's all there, but there was no sound on it.
Wow.
That's the only thing I know. Is that haunted? I don't fucking know.
It seems.
But because I know the cold makes all the batteries stop and shit and all kinds. Like it was freezing, but it is weird that the picture's there, but the sound isn't. I don't know. That's the only possible.
Like speed it
Really
up,
gross.
slow it down, and put it through filters, and it's like, get out, chill.
Yeah. I do laugh at that stuff because I'm like, they're always, in the ghost shows, they're like, it said whatever, like and like then they just put that in your head. I'm like, well, now it sounds like it because you told me that.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
it didn't sound like that.
Yeah, before it's like,
yeah. I'm like, oh my God, they said
I'm gonna swallow your
run
soul.
away.
What?
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
I'm gonna swallow your soul. When I was sitting in that fucking gas chamber, I don't have the same phone. I was calling it the ghost phone for a long time. I dropped it down. This is disgusting. There's like a bucket under the chair because when you die, I think stuff comes out. I dropped my phone in this fucking bucket. I mean, nothing's been in it for a long time, but and then I was carrying it around.
That sounds like another horror story in the making,
I doubt they did a good job cleaning that bucket out.
Yeah,
I don't think so. They're like, let's get some bleach on this thing. That's
my only saw. I don't know. At least I think it had been a long fucking time since they used the gas chamber.
So you said that was an altar that short, but how much does it? So when you're on set filming in the house and it's old, it's got this atmosphere, how much does that help or hurt, I guess, but I think would help when you're filming a movie there?
I think it really helps. I love like real atmosphere. Even I know all the pluses of building a set on a stage and you can control everything, but I love the natural, my mic's gonna fall. The natural, just like you're saying, the natural atmosphere you can get from a location that has like history baked into it already. The downside was we were in a giant empty house. So we had to like fill every room we needed to use with things. Luckily these characters were just moving in, but that made it also more challenging. We're like, okay, we needed the stuff to get more through the film and we got to keep track of that and shoot it in order, kind of. It was like a 3-story house, like 3 full stories, and then it has a tower that goes up like 2 more stories, like one of those old Widow's Peak towers.
Yeah, that's badass.
Once we saw that, I was like, we need to write a whole thing to incorporate that in the movie.
Oh yeah, just gotta get up there. I don't care for what reason.
Yeah. Well, along those lines, how much did besides that, was there anything else that like changed from the script once you're actually there and you see what you have to work with?
Yeah, but more so it was like just logistical stuff because they had written, for a dream house that we could just completely build, or and there's quite a few crazy stunts. So many things we were trying to do on a very small budget. So we did have to like walk through it, and the writers came out and we're like, how can we redo this so it makes also just like they're walking through the house a lot. So it's like we had to like draw a map and figure out how we're gonna redo this with the script. And there were things we thought we'd figured it out, and then I was on set and there was stuff I like last minute. I'm like panicking. This doesn't make sense. I need to make this make sense in 5 minutes. And then I would run to a dark corner and like stare at the script and figure something out.
A lot of problem solving, I bet.
I did that a few times.
You made it happen.
Yeah.
But we found a dream fucking house. Like my producers were like, I don't know how we'll be like, I was just thinking we'd find a cool old house maybe, but this was like something out of a fucking dream, like haunted house, like I mean it's a mansion. It's amazing.
Yeah.
1600s. I mean, in New England there's stuff, but that's even for New England, that's real old.
Oh yeah.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, now it's like the top like the hill of this city, and before any of this other, it was like the only thing there and just like land around it, and now it's like surrounded by houses. But not a spoiler, we made it look like it's in the middle of nowhere, which was very challenging because there are houses surrounding this thing.
So you said there's like a lot of stunts, and I know there's action and gore in the stylist, but had you directed a lot of like stunts before?
I had not, and when I first read the script, I definitely assumed like, okay, we're gonna like minimize this stuff or do camera tricks more so versus real stunts. We had one thing in the stylist where Claire Najar like jumps out of a window, but that was all just like hiding a deck and like made it look like she's like dropping out of a window when she's really like already standing. But she really wanted to jump out for real though. But with this one we had a few things. We had some, well, I don't know if I can say any of the things, but we had quite a few things. And when I learned that we actually had the ability to do a lot of them, I was so fucking excited. And I tend to be very nervous. As I said, I'm anxious as hell, but we had a stunt coordinator. He goes by Mascot, but his name's Don Mascarelli. And he was freaking awesome. He's such a great teacher, just really knows how to walk people through it very slowly. I learned so much from him. Like everything I was nervous about, I was like, okay, this guy is going to handle it. Like I was totally confident in that. And there were even some almost kind of fight-ish stuff going on, not really like fighting, but violent-ish stuff that has to be done still with a stunt fight coordinator. And that was so cool to learn about. And now I'm just like, I want to make a full-on action movie. I've always wanted to
have random fights in the middle of your movie.
But once you do any of it, you're like, it's so cool to see. Like, I don't know if it's a spoilery. I don't know if I care, but there's some our young actor has to kind of deal with some violence in a way, and I was terrified about that. But it was like handled amazingly, and she was so excited to do all of it, and she freaking nails all of it.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
it was really cool to
think about this young one growing into her future career.
She's becoming. I'm hope this will be her first scream queen, or like she's gonna become a new scream queen. I'm saying I think she should.
Is she going to be at Panic Fest? Is she old enough to see them finish movie? I don't know. But...
I don't. That's up to mom and dad.
Right. I mean, I
don't think she's seen the stylist yet. The stylist definitely is probably more inappropriate than this one, I would say. But I want to get mom access to it so she can screen it and decide, of course.
Yeah.
And maybe she can just watch some of it and then leave during other parts. But she got to be around like one of our most gory special effects. She's in the scene with it. And she was like like it was Christmas morning. She was like, I can't wait to see the thing. And
that's awesome.
Was so excited.
So great.
Yeah, I love it. So it's coming up at Panic Fest, and not to get ahead of ourselves, but do you know like where it will go after that, and what are your plans or hopes for Ghost Game after Panic Fest?
Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll play festivals through at least like the end of the summer. We do have Chattanooga Film Festival lined up.
Oh, nice.
I didn't. They announced this week. I had no idea it was going to happen that fast. I was like, yes. I've been there once before. Feels like everything before the pandemic feels like it was 100 years ago. So I'm like, was it 2019 or 18? Before BC, 2018 BC. But yeah, I'm excited about. We've submitted to others, waiting to find out. I know that Dread hopes to release it like not too far out, so we can only, I'm trying to get as many festivals in before that happens. Yeah. And then I throw my microphone down. I have a fancy one, which I bought during the pandemic times.
Oh, very nice.
Wow.
Trying to be like you guys.
I don't know.
Well, right now, I think I just have my camera. So
I have a Yeti Blue. It is pretty nice.
I do have that, but I didn't put it in. I forgot.
Stole my microphone. So, how important were the festivals to your career?
I love them. I think they're also important to your career. I really think the hype that you can build, from playing multiple, and you're just the name of your film being out there, your name as a filmmaker is helpful. Anything to keep it circulating. But I also just personally love to do a festival run if you can, attend as many as possible because it's like the celebration at the end of all that work. And we kind of missed out on it with the stylist because we came out during the kind of the height of when the pandemic first began. So we had lots of virtual festivals. And so I'm realizing this will be my first world premiere in person with a feature.
Oh, that's
Got a little more pressure.
No pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. So the stylist one was maybe a little bit less because we did though with my friends have rent out a small theater and project it.
Awesome.
So I still watching with 20, 30 people, but not the same as, being at the festival and actually hearing. Plus, I'm worried the whole time about, the streaming of your virtual festival is scary. And that was the beginning of it. Now they've figured it all out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I mean, they're fun, obviously. I have a great time. We do one, and it's awesome. Everyone has the chat room and stuff. But it's not the same as actually being there, watching it with the people. And then a big part of the festival is everyone, afterwards hanging out. And, filmmakers, fans, everybody, film watchers. It's just a really good experience.
Yeah, I feel like festivals, they revive, they just are so inspiring. Even if I go just for fun, not with any new film or anything, it really I feel like fills me back up. Seeing everyone with their new work and how excited they are. I'm like, I need to be back into that, at that place again.
Obviously people had really terrible things during the pandemic, but it was the thing that I missed the most during the pandemic was, going to festivals.
Although I do love that as a byproduct since that, the pandemic started, that people are still keeping virtual an option because there's it makes it accessible to a lot of people who maybe can't come at all or, wouldn't be able to travel, or I think it's awesome.
Yeah. We started one during right at the beginning of the pandemic. And then I thought afterwards we would just stop it, but it's been a really fun experience. And even there's been some people who never made anything before and they made them specifically for our Severed Limbs. And that's a cool thing for me. It's, someone very inexperienced and they just, make something because they're part of the community. And I was like, that's cool that there's a platform for, someone to do something creative.
Definitely.
And everyone watches it in the chat and it's just a good time. So do you think making the shorts helped you to make the features? If you didn't make the short, do you think you would have been able to make a feature film?
That's a great question. I think personally that I am glad that I did shorts first. I don't think that it would be impossible for someone to make a feature. It's already so overwhelming that maybe just it's the fact of bringing it down, making it feel a little more possible. But then it's interesting is the only difference is you have to breaking down this way bigger thing, other than of course money is the other big thing that you need. But I really think it helped also because I wanted to really learn how to craft a movie and take my time. I didn't want to rush into a feature or I don't know. I just think I felt like I had a certain standard I knew I wanted with the say camera work or production design and wanted to figure it out at a smaller scale. But I also definitely not one of those filmmakers who thinks of shorts as it's only a stepping stone. It's its own art form. And I love the directors that make lots of shorts between features. And I keep saying I would love to make another short, but the only thing that discourages me that it's you still need to find a good chunk of money to make it. And that money you definitely don't make back on shorts, but I'd love to make another one soon because I miss just making, features. There's all the pressure of money and business, and there's a lot of things to it that's not the art, and shorts can just be a creative thing.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that though, because I didn't want to say you just make a short as a negative thing. But I'm always curious, why, the motivation behind a short. Is it to I make this because I want to make a feature, it shows people what I can do, or maybe just have a story that happens to be a 5 or 10 minute story. Why just add stuff so it's a feature film.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's like depending on what the project is or what you're trying to story you want to tell. It's like what format makes sense. But it does make sense to start with shorts just because of the
so you know what you're
size.
doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
So
if people saw this in my hand, it's a hatchet that Pepe Poteet here in the chat made me. So if they just was
I
wondering
love
what the
that
hell's going on
hatchet.
there. It is. I have 2 of them. But go on,
I see
Annabelle.
Aiden Hughes in the chat says hi.
Is he on the Facebook chat?
He is
Hey,
on the
Aiden.
YouTube chat.
Okay, there's so many different ones.
There's
Yeah, we have it streaming everywhere. I think.
Aiden is
Aiden
in the
Hughes.
film,
Oh, okay. Excellent.
actually, and he has a pretty cool role. And I can't say much, or I will ruin things.
It was a pretty
yes.
sweet picture. He was styling.
Yeah, I
It was
love
He
it.
is.
Mhm.
Well,
Very
so
cool.
people know we haven't seen the movie yet. So it would be fun to also have you back on after we get to see Ghost Game.
Yes, then you'll have so many more questions.
Yeah, but I'm excited to see it. And I'm, you know, we've had you on for years, and it's been very cool to see you. You know, you had the stylist, and then you had all these different. We had you on actually for the short you mentioned last meal. I might have the name wrong there, but and then to see, you know, the stylist finally get made after years, and now, you know, have another feature film. So that's really cool to see. And, you know, you're a nice person, so it's good. It's good to see it. Talented and, you know,
An old friend doing well. You know, it's like that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I was trying to think, how many times have I been on the show now?
Yeah, I'm not
I have
sure.
no idea.
It's been quite a yeah, probably because you've also been on with groups of
It
people
might be.
too. So
It could
That's
even be
true.
our. I wonder if I've been on here for 10 years now. It's our 10-year anniversary or something. I was thinking I made my first
could be
short in
right.
2014. I wonder if I came on with Call Girl back then.
I could look actually.
Oh,
that.
Yeah,
I
I
would
think
say
that's
yeah.
probably it.
Yeah.
And
I'm pretty sure I was there for that.
And Lawrence Harvey might have. I
think
wonder if
you
we
were.
came on together.
Yeah, actually,
I love
believe you were
Lawrence.
right.
I miss Lawrence.
Yeah,
Hi,
me
Lawrence,
too,
if you're out
too.
there.
I don't see him a lot anymore. I don't know what
We
he's
need-
up to nowadays.
We need to
But
put him in.
hopefully we're gonna
more
have
horror
him.
movies.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have him on the show sometime.
Yeah, I talked to him like not that long ago, but he's got something coming out, and he's going to come on to talk about that in the
Awesome.
relatively near
Yeah.
future. So, but it was actually September 2013. It was you and Lawrence on
Wow.
together.
Wow.
We should have done our anniversary show. I'm
Yeah.
kidding.
Yeah, exactly.
That is awesome. Yeah, it was last year
Time
that I
just
realized
flies by.
I'd been making movies for 10 years, and I was like, oh my God. I still feel like I just started, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Just figuring it out as I go.
Oddly enough,
Apparently, other people disagree because you were hired
Yeah.
to be the director. So
oddly enough, in the banner I used, you have a mask on. I'm not sure why. It's probably from something you're doing, but it's weird because it's, you know, it seems like that
Before
would be
the
from
pandemic,
the pandemic.
and
It's the mask, but it's like, you know,
Oh,
many years
wait.
before the pandemic.
I know why I was wearing it, because that was probably a Human Centipede Part 2 reference. Because
Oh, okay.
Oh,
does he put
yeah,
a mask
probably
on
right.
them? Or just the doctor thing? I was like, because I have a signed doctor mask from Lawrence from back then. Now I'm trying to remember
Oh, wow.
who was wearing. Was he must have been wearing it at one point when he's pretending, you know, to be
yeah,
a doctor.
he probably
So-
when he was
stapling
sewing
them together.
people and- stapling. My God. Whew. That
I'm just
movie.
gonna pull the picture.
Dang.
Up. Is Call Girl is that on Alter or available anywhere?
Yeah. Yeah, go check out my first short. Oh my
Oh my
God.
God.
Oh, that's
what's funny,
great.
though, is-
I love it.
I am wearing that though specifically there because I was dressed like American Mary at a
Oh,
convention,
okay.
Oh, all right.
All right.
That makes sense.
Which-
sense now.
which is kind of connected to all these things, because through the Soska sisters who made American Mary is how I met Tristan and Lawrence are in a Call Girl. It's all
Yes.
like Mike was.
Yeah.
The whole horror film community is connected.
That's another thing about the festivals. You're gonna meet. You can meet people who
Oh,
you
yeah.
might work with in the future. You know?
Mhm.
Collaborate
I'm always
with.
telling people,
That's
I'm
how
like,
I
the
got
most
involved in
valuable
movies
thing.
myself.
Yeah.
Totally. The most valuable thing you can do is, even though it's expensive, I know not everyone can go to all of them, but to go to your festivals that your films play make all the fucking difference. It's like the fans are going to remember your film more. You're going to, like you said, like the people I've met and what that's led to way down the line. So many things that wouldn't have happened for me if I didn't go to a lot of these things.
Yeah, and like you said, obviously, you can't fly to every festival in the world, but for people out there, look, you might have like a local festival, and for me, obviously the quote unquote big festivals are cool, but I do actually like like not necessarily smaller, but ones that have like a community feel where it's like the same people that come every year, and they see people's films grow. And they kind of watch stuff on either one or like a few screens as opposed to a film festival where there's like multiple theaters, and that's cool, that's great, but it doesn't have the same community feel.
Yeah, that's like you should come sometime to Knoxville Horror Film Festival. I help those guys sometimes, like help program a little bit, and I've gone every year for I don't know how many years now, but you know it's a regional fest, but it's growing and growing. But we host most of it just at like a one theater that's owned by the people that run the festival, and so we're everyone's watching every movie together, so it really does have that
a
feeling.
real special thing.
I love
about
that feeling. Yeah.
And you might get delirious after you're there like 5 days watching nonstop movies, but I went to Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival. Very long title, but it's like 7 days, and by the end you are very delirious. Like I don't know what I'm watching anymore, but then you also kind of feel like
deal with that. Yeah, I don't think I
like
can handle that.
You feel bonded with the people. Like we survived this whole festival. We were here from the beginning to the end.
Oh my God, yeah. So many festivals I've left where I have like, and I don't dislike it, that I'm glad that I feel this emotional about it, but it's like, it's similar to how I feel at the end of a film shoot. It's like, or the end of camp feeling. It's like, it's kind of, I've like actually cried multiple times on my way home from a festival. And it's not like this really sad thing. I can't describe it. It's just like, oh, that was like such a beautiful thing and it's over now. I'm a real emotional nerd.
But it is very special, even for me. And I haven't made films, but just going to them because it is very inspiring. And you are with people who are just on the same wavelength like the entire time. And it is very special. And going back into the world, it's a different world. It's a different space.
Well, I'm not to be emotional myself, but I'm very happy that that Annabelle started going to the festivals with me because it is a cool experience to share and meet everybody. It's just a great time. I can't recommend festivals enough for everybody. For whatever if you're just going there to watch films, if you want to make something, it's a good time.
There's so many people who haven't done them. Even in town, I meet so many horror nerds, and I'm like, how have you not been to Panic Fest? It's here, and it's horror movies all day, and it's all new stuff, and like all the filmmakers are there. And but I do get that it seems like a lot because it is. Yeah. Because sometimes you're like, I've watched. By the end of the day, you don't even remember what happened in the first movie. I don't. That is the one downside. I like to be time to absorb a movie, and it's kind of like just going on to the next movie. It's like I think it's so like intellectually exhausting. You're just taking in so.
I can imagine.
And you said about new stuff though, so, you're gonna see a lot of stuff like a year or several months before they hit Shudder. For like shorts, sometimes it'll be the only time you'll ever see them. Some of them might pop up on YouTube, like an altar or just someone's YouTube, but a lot of times there's not really a platform for a lot of the shorts. And sometimes even cool features I've seen never really went anywhere else. And I don't really know why. Maybe they just didn't find their audience or whatever, but I get to see it. But it's kind of bitter. Those are kind of bittersweet. It's like, it's cool that I got to see it, but I also like, man, I wish more people, get to see this, but it just never went anywhere for some reason.
Yeah. Someone gave me great advice years ago at some festival where they're like, they try to see the more independent stuff there because that also, even like say it does get released, it most likely will be on demand, and that might be your only chance to see in the theater versus it is tempting to go to the bigger films because it's like we've been hearing about them, but like that's going to be in the theater for sure like next month. But sometimes that's hard to do because you're like, it's some huge movie that you've been hyped up
Well,
for, and it's
so
playing.
yeah, our world premiere of Once and Future Smash Endzone 2 was at Fright Fest, and they actually were showing a sneak peek of Barbarian like while
Oh wow!
Oh,
Endzone 2 was
no.
ending, and so like people were like, "We gotta leave." I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine. I understand. Like it's literally opening next week. You could just wait, but I understand."
Yeah,
But I got it.
yeah,
I got
that's
it.
a
But
double-edged sword right there. I think. Neal.
yeah. We were in
That's always
between.
the hard part.
We were between Terrifier 2 and Barbarian. I was like, I don't know. Okay, but
Hey, at
the
least you're
US premiere was
between.
much
If you're up
That's
Either
against at the
somebody
same
liked
time.
you or didn't like
Mhm.
you.
right.
Mhm.
That's what's always scary. You don't know who you're like, what movie you're going to be up against, or at the bigger festivals, maybe there's like 5 other movies playing at the same
Yeah, at
exact
Fright Fest,
time.
there's stuff going on playing at the same time. You literally couldn't go see everything, which
Yeah,
I just
Man,
get
that's
it's so
kinda
big,
crazy.
but it is kind of I like to try to see as much stuff as I can while I'm there.
Hmm.
But do you want to talk about Black Mold at all? The movie you produced.
yes. Everyone should go check it out. It's streaming on Tubi. My friend John Patton wrote and directed it. Our film families are all completely connected. John edited The Stylist, and it's like almost all the same creative team, like cinematographer, production designer, composer, every gaffer, everything. And I got to Black Mold is about a couple of photographers that like to go to like abandoned, buildings and photograph them. And one of them has landed this big a showing in Chicago, and has gotten access to this old creepy ass building
Mhm.
where everything goes wrong. They run into this creepy man. Of course, it's always in the horror movie. Wherever we're going, everything is going wrong. But it was really fun to work on it. We really shot it all in abandoned buildings, except for we built a set that looked like a room in one of the buildings, but it was inside an abandoned airplane hangar. So we were still freezing even on when we had built a set. I love to be in abandoned places where, we don't have bathrooms and it's freezing apparently in film. But it was really cool because working on the actual shoot, I was the hairstylist for the actors, and I'm a hairstylist by day at a salon, but I've never done it for a film. And that was really fun because I was seeing everything from like that perspective, of the whole crew, and just like the whole thing play out. I like learned a lot about the way that team is treated. And I'm like, I don't because it's often that the beauty team, where they're brought in to like do last looks on actors, and it's like treated kind of like, okay, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, after everyone has spent like 30 minutes doing their thing. I was like, that's not exactly fair. All of these things equally have to happen for us to say action.
Yeah.
But it was really cool. And it was like, I even had to, this is dorky and not that cool, but it was to me, but like little things I had to learn, like how to make the actor's hair look soaking wet for, filming a scene that we'd film all day long. We're not really just going to keep dumping a bucket of water on her head. So little things, it was kind of like I'm doing hair special effects.
Mhm.
And then kind of
What's
keeping
the
track.
secret?
Yeah.
What's the
'Cause
secret
the
to
whole
all
movie is
day wet
one
hair?
day. Oh,
Conditioner.
I used some baby oil. The
Oh.
downside of that is you don't want to use too much because that's a pain in the fucking ass to wash out of your hair. You will wash your hair 45 times and it still feels oily.
Oddly enough,
yeah.
for whatever that's come up on my wrestling podcast, because some of the wrestlers will wrestle and it looks like they've
Yes.
got wet hair throughout the whole match, but if you actually just
Is it
wet your hair,
oil?
it'll dry. So yeah, they use a lot of people said they use conditioner.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of wrestlers do that. Now that you
Mhm.
mention it, I'm noticing whether their
Yeah.
hair's like still dripping when they're
Yeah,
coming
throughout the whole
out.
match. Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing a trick where it was like oil everywhere, but then we would just spray the ends like right before, so we'd have fresh drips and stuff. But that's hard. And I learned what like the wardrobe was putting Vaseline and shit all over their clothes to make it look wet. Oh, it's quite a nightmare to make people look
Sounds
wet
nasty.
for days and days, and you're
Yeah.
filming them. But the
Man,
actors, the
so
whole film
nasty.
takes place in one day. And so
Mhm.
the hard part was, of course, you're not shooting in order, but the characters are kind of getting more, like their look is getting more messy through the film. And I had to
Mhm.
I made this chart of like this part of the film, they're in phase 1, phase 2 of like,
Mhm.
I was like, there can't be 400 phases and I won't be able to keep track of how fucked up or
Mhm.
messy their hair should be in this spot. But it was really cool to learn all of that because I had never done any of that on a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
Mm.
awesome. I was a big fan of Black Mold. We were gonna have everybody on, but fortunately, it was right when the strike started.
Mm.
Oh man, we should do it now still. I can make it
Yeah,
happen.
Alright, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we can do
Since
that.
it's out
That'd
now.
be great.
Yeah, but yeah,
Definitely.
it's a great movie, and yeah, so people check it out on
Thank you.
Tubi, which we're big fans of Tubi.
Yes. I've become such a huge fan of it too. I like barely used it until Black Mold went up there, and I'm like, this
Mhm.
catalog is actually fucking huge and
insane, yeah.
amazing.
Crazy.
And I actually
Yeah.
even find like
Crazy.
rare stuff when I'm like searching just all over, and I'm like, oh, it's on Tubi. What?
Yeah, there's like you said, rare stuff, like some old stuff that like you really can't find anywhere, and it's on
Yeah.
there. So if you want to watch new stuff, old weird stuff,
It's like old
I'm
weird
always
stuff and
surprised
then
if I
new
see
big
like an
stuff.
80s horror movie I never watch. I'm like, I think I've seen everything from the era, but then I haven't. So yeah, and it's
Rabid grannies I found there.
yeah, I'd never heard of
Who
Rabid
knew that
grannies.
happens? Rabid grannies. It's very fun. Rabid grannies.
Oh my god.
Never expected to see anything like that, but it was great.
Yeah, so I tried
Let's
to find
see
the
the-
director of Rabid Grannies after that. I was like, this would be a cool interview. And he only has one credit, Rabid Grannies, and I cannot find any information on the man. So
Oh man.
if
Man.
you're
Does
out there, the
somebody out
director
there
of Rabid Grannies,
know? You guys have to get them on the show.
yeah, that's fun for me to get someone on who's not really done a bunch of interviews. Yeah, so, but Black Mold is on there too, so you can do a double feature: Rabid Grannies and Black Mold.
Nice.
Yes. I'm not sure how they pair, but do it.
They don't, but
Maybe Black Mold first, and then have your. I'm guessing Rabid Grannies is funny.
It's pretty ridiculous. It's fantastically bad.
Fantastically
Annabelle's picks for the night: Rabid Grannies and Black
The
Mold.
grannies, I'm telling you.
So, how can people follow you? Not back to your home, but to follow you online to see what.
Please don't. Yes, at Jill6, 2 X's on all of the medias. And yeah, we don't have a ghost game separate social media. I'm wondering if that'll happen down the line. It's weird because I'm not in charge totally like
Right,
normal.
Yes.
But follow Ghost Game or hashtag Ghost Game Movie. I'm gonna be doing that on all the stuff.
Nice.
But yeah. Thank you
Very
guys.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you
good
for
to see
doing
you.
this. Yeah, and I'm looking
Black
forward.
Mold.
Yeah, Black Mold, Texas
Mhm.
tea. So looking forward to Ghost Game, and good luck at the premiere at Panic Fest.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
absolutely. Have a
And
great
we'll talk.
time.
Yeah, and we'll talk to you
Yeah.
again when we get to see Ghost Game.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
See you guys later.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Well, that was great. Big
Yeah.
thanks to Mike Mendez and Jill
Yeah.
Gevargizian.
Yes.
practicing.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Happy to see both of them again.
Yeah.
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 I think
So
I
she's
was
been on.
from Mike must have been Tales of Halloween.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit before because he logged on early, and so we were talking. And so he was on the very beginning of the show, and then I wasn't sure if he was on with you, but he's like, "Oh yeah, I was on for with." I was like, "Oh yeah, we were all on for Tales of Halloween," so that was.
Mm-hmm.
And then he admired the painting, and he had liked the bunch, but he really dug the painting. So I wanted to make sure to let you know.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
So, break time.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a break. We actually have a new
Diablo Joe.
A Diablo Joe. We'll have a couple more coming here. I did not get time to edit the other ones because I like to add these. It's a double-edged sword. I think they look like really complement the editing I do with his amazing reviews and his amazing audio. But then it forced me to always do these every time he makes new ones.
They're so good though.
Yeah, I think
They're so good.
I'm half kidding. So, but they're really cool. So this one is a movie I've seen, Amelia's Children. I really dug it, and we'll watch his review, and then we'll come back and we'll talk. I don't know, maybe some nonsense, maybe some horror, maybe a little bit of both.
Frogging.
Well, yes, frogging. It's what we do. We go frogging. Maybe we shouldn't sing that. All right, so we're gonna play Amelia's Children, and we'll be back here in about. This one's 4 minutes. Maybe I'll play a trailer after that. But anyway, we'll be back in a few minutes. But watch this. Don't take off. We're gonna be watching Amelia's Children.
Diablo Joe reviews Amelia's Children. Writer-director Gabrielle Bronte's disturbing, unsettling film Amelia's Children is, at its core, an archetypal horror theme. It will be recognizable to any horror fan as a well-serving basis for many of the genre's classic stories in both literature and cinema. To say which ones would be to spoil some of the story here, but suffice it to say that Bronte's picture, with its perverse twists driven by a solid script, moody direction, and some superb performances, provides a worthwhile new take on its topic. The film opens in Portugal several decades back with a pair of mysterious figures attempting to steal away the twin children of the young Amelia. Only one of these nighttime abductors succeeds, and that child, Ed, grows to adulthood far away in New York City. DNA tests reveal his birth origins, and Ed and his girlfriend Riley venture to Portugal to reunite with his long-lost family, his mother and twin brother. In the film's opening scene, we are made aware that there is far more to Amelia than her sweet, young beauty would suggest. This is further reinforced for the audience by the reception Ed and Riley receive when asking for directions to his childhood home. Once there, Ed meets his brother Manuel. The twins' charisma, confidence, and flamboyance are in bold contrast to Ed, who has spent his entire life unsure of his core identity. A powerful pair of divergent performances, both by Carloto Cotti. Even more unsettling is Amelia. Once an archetype of gentle beauty, excessive plastic surgery has left her looking neither old nor at all natural. Amelia fawns upon her newly reunited son with increasingly aberrant overtones and darkening intent. Ed, to Riley's horror, almost seems to welcome this bizarre affection. The unwinding plot twists of Amelia's Children are not where the shocks lie for the film's audience. The picture's deeply disturbing mood and tone, with its bold flirtations of taboo and innuendo, make up much of the movie's horror. This is not a film of scares as much as one of visceral emotional disconcertion. Bronte's direction keeps the viewers on edge via black humor and forbidden fruits. As noted earlier, Carloto Cotti is superb in the dual role of Ed and Manuel. Together in the same scenes, the two characters are always distinct, completely convincing as two separate people, despite being the same actor. Whether paired through doubles or through technical trickery, the effect is seamless. As Riley, Bridget Lundy Payne is excellent. They avoid taking the character into what could have easily been a thankless, annoying figure of a fish-out-of-water girlfriend. Instead, they have given Riley intelligence and guile. But it is Annabelle Moriera's twisted and discomforting take on Amelia that defines the movie. Making full use of makeup artist Rita Anho's perfectly overdone lift, tuck, and filler prosthetic work, Moriera emotes with an uncomfortable coquettishness and tragic defiance of the effects of time. She is disturbing, disarming, and, especially in one pivotal scene, grotesque. Amelia's Children is not a film designed to be cathartic. Its familial themes are claustrophobic and anything but comforting, even as they are often subtly, blackly humorous. It could have ended up more than a bit crude with a less skilled director or a less brilliant and daring cast. Instead, it disarms with a stylish depravity that works for its story and characters. Amelia's Children are not the family anyone seeks to be reunited with, but horror fans will enjoy the introduction. This devil of a reviewer gives Amelia's Children 3.5 out of 5 imps.
All right, we're back. I'm sorry, Fanbill's not back here. Hello, Troy.
Hello there.
I can be back eating popcorn.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
just
fine. Sorry about that. I actually went to hit something else, but it did not work. So
Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't have your cat like unplug everything on you and.
Oh,
leave you in the
man.
dark.
No.
That was fun.
Oh, that sucks. But glad to have you back.
yes.
It's
So
good
we
to
can
be back.
follow Alden Hughes at Aiden Hughes. I'm sorry, Hayden _Hughes _13. So very cool.
Nice.
He's in the chat. So looking forward to that movie, Ghost Game, and people should check out Satanic Hispanics right now after we're done here on Shudder. It's
amazing.
So fun.
Oh, it's on Shudder now.
Yeah.
I didn't even know. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's exciting. So in a couple, not next week, the week after, for the 50th anniversary. Hold on a sec. I'm having some technical difficulties. Here we go.
It's probably my
Coming
cat.
up in 2 weeks for so this year is the 50th anniversary of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So coming up in 2 weeks, we're gonna have the first time guest Alan Danziger on the show. That'll be very cool. And I just scheduled a returning guest. We had him one other time, but it was just me who interviewed him. So he's going to come back on for the 50th anniversary of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Big Ed Gwynn.
Oh, nice.
So it's very cool. He's a really nice guy, and this will be fun. And he's going to be
I feel like
at,
we should all have barbecue to eat during that
agree.
time or something.
I agree.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
I love it.
He's going to be at Texas Frightmare for the 50th anniversary.
Cool. Frightmare is a good time.
Yeah, they have a ton of people from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, so that's cool. John's going to be there.
I'll hold it against you until the end of time that we didn't go the year that John Carpenter and the cast of the thing was there.
I know, but we probably wouldn't have been able to meet John Carpenter. But
end of time.
But yeah, it's we're a big fan of Texas. And I do actually like Texas, but Texas Frightmare and so anyway, also
beaches.
Coming up next week is Boston Underground Film Festival.
Oh,
when is that? Next week, you say?
Not this coming weekend, the weekend after.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. So it's looking good. So it's going to be, I think it starts Thursday, the 21st.
Yeah, I think it might even start Wednesday. I think
that could
Wednesday,
be.
like just a couple things. Wednesday and Thursday will show a ton of stuff. Wednesday's they're showing Immaculate, which is a movie people are really looking forward to.
Cool.
So yeah, that's going to be an awesome time. We went over all the films last week. We'll probably go over them again next week. I also want to mention, because it's very nice, they offered us press, but it's literally the week after Buff, so it's hard for us to do. But Overlook Film Festival in New Orleans, April 4th through the 7th. Yeah.
I just heard some news about that. Did I see some article? I sent myself an article about some things for the week. Dang, I could just be like, call out of work sick. Like, I've been to the hospital.
You don't sound good.
Yeah, my primary care loves me, so I could be like, Dr. Saxena, just sign this. He'd totally take care of me.
So they're showing the movie. They're showing tons of stuff, but it's a really cool. They're showing Abigail, and that's a big movie that will play theatrically. But Abigail's gonna be playing there. Movie called Cuckoo. All You Need Is Death.
Specific. What was it?
They're also showing a lot of older films, like they have Lucio Fulci's Beyond. It's the 4K restoration.
That's it. I just found it literally in my mail. A bloody disgusting article.
The 3D Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh, no way. That's awesome.
When does this all happen? That I'm going to suddenly be sick?
April 4th through the 7th.
Dang, Holly,
the
expensive.
the 100th,
Tickets.
100th anniversary screening of Hands of Orlok.
Whoa.
Interesting. Cool.
And that's one of those that, like, you think that you've seen all the classic silent films. That's one I've actually never seen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've never seen it, so it's pretty wild. It's got Conrad Veidt in it, who is also in
every other silent movie ever made.
Yeah, well, he's all the German ones, all the cabinets of the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, The Man Who Laughs. So it's a pretty wild festival.
Which is a great picture of him.
Yeah,
in the most haunted city in the world. It says New Orleans.
Nice.
Jeez. Well, I don't know. I don't think I'm actually taking any days off of work to go to Film Festa Buff. So
I will say the hotel is the 3 hotels are long sold out because I looked into this. So
the 3 good hotels or the 3 not
the 3 that they will offer the discount for.
Oh, well, I'm sure anything we would go to would be cheaper. Well, are you against it? Like totally?
No, it's literally the week after Buff, so it's probably gonna be pretty hard to do. But
isn't it 2 weeks after?
I don't think
Buff is next weekend, and then there's a break.
So it's a couple weeks. Oh yeah, all right. I don't know.
We'll talk.
Yeah,
we'll talk.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to go for the whole thing. We could go for the weekend or whatever.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. But it's very cool. They offered us press, so very awesome. And
it's amazing.
It sounds like a pretty wild.
I gotta say, it looks pretty great. Like I was just breezing through it. It looks pretty amazing.
Neal, you've never been to New Orleans, right?
No.
On the tomb of Nick Cage.
Oh yeah,
we know a lot of people down there. I do believe. Yeah. Sweet.
So the Crow trailer dropped. They sent it to us. It's on the Without Your Head YouTube.
I'd be vomiting about it if they sent it to us.
I know everyone's supposed to hate it. I actually thought it looked good. I'll be honest. I think it looks good.
Well,
I know everyone's hating.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not a fan of The Crow. I'm not the whoa about The Crow, but I like it, and I know the comic, and I don't know. Maybe I need to watch it again with fresh eyes.
I think
my eyes were. Was not in a good mood.
I've never read the comic. I saw the movie
like,
once, so I don't have a big connection to it. But I saw it. I thought it looked good. I like Bill Skarsgård.
Yeah, definitely.
Spooky Skarsgård's my boy.
I'll watch it again. I'll give it another shot. I literally found. I didn't see it. What you gave to me, Jay Schadenfreude. He shared it and said something about this looks like a steaming pile kind of introduction. I was like, yeah, he's right. So maybe I was just influenced.
That's fine.
I'll be influenced by you and I'll watch it again.
I will say there's people saying like it doesn't, all right. So there's people saying like, who are they going for? Like kids today. And I'm like, well, yes, the look of it is for, people today, it's not set in the 90s, and I get that. A lot of people grew up with it, but it is an updated one for young people of today.
The young people.
Get them right down the middle of you too, because I like the comic, but I've seen the movie once and it never moved me, which is unusual. I'm usually a junkie for like revenge junkie,
It is definitely about
it looks very violent. The trailer, I thought looked good.
Phantom of the Paradise is going to be there too at that New Orleans.
Really?
Oh, really?
Cool.
That's a pretty wicked movie.
Mm-hmm.
Little dated, but a lot of fun.
Yeah. As are so many of the films we love.
That's true. It's got that definite 70s vibe to it.
Oh, Dave is on my side.
Yeah, I don't know. There are people. Nothing against Dave. I do think he had a predetermined he's going to hate it no matter what. But I mean, I'm not saying everyone's like that.
I'm okay with. I am so okay with seeing something and being. You're right.
Sure,
it's great, and then enjoy it. Right.
Yeah. Oh, I the same way. I've seen, honestly, Barbie, I thought was going to be the worst movie ever made, and I thought it was
pretty
great.
good.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I would say this too, by the way. The this year's Oscars, I thought it was one of the best Oscars in years, maybe decades. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun show. And also a big part of it was, it wasn't overly long either. And it actually ended earlier than it was scheduled. But a big part of it was I had seen most of the movies up. I liked most of the movies up. I think they picked like good stuff. A movie like Oppenheimer to me is what like a big Hollywood movie should be. It's filled with stars, but it's about something. It's not just, FX film. There's cool FX in it, but it's not just, a stupid blockbustery movie. And so to me, that's like to me, that's a kind of movie that should be up for Oscar. And it also made me happy that people went and saw a movie that's dialogue heavy, it's black and white, and people went out and saw it. It made like $1 billion. And I'm not someone who really cares about the box office, but it did make me happy that a movie that's to me like a more like intellectual movie, people went and saw it. And so to me, it's great. And it was
and the Barbenheimer, like it's such an interesting cultural phenomenon that happened, where people were seeing these movies that seemingly would be totally polar to one another, but they're both thought-provoking. I mean, I guess Barbie could just be silly. You don't have to be provoked, but
and he sang, he did a live version of I'm Just Ken, which that was a really good part of the show. It was just a good show. The only negative was the when they did the tribute to all the people who passed away.
Yes. Oh, they leave people
I don't know
out.
what they played, this weird the music, and it was like this song and dance number, but they like went out and showed the whole like stage so you could see all the people dancing. But then like the little part where it showed people who the names and stuff was like up in the corner on like an angle, and you couldn't even see it half the time.
That's not
because
right.
it was like
weird.
focused on these people dancing. I'm like, what is this? Yeah.
That is a little strange.
Bad. Yeah. But anyway, I know it's not an Oscar show, but I liked it. We mentioned
I didn't see it, so I cannot comment. I know Bill Whedon liked it more than I expected.
Yeah.
Which is Bill Whedon we love, and he's sometimes it's like, calm down, Bill.
Yeah.
Calm down. What's the one he super hates?
Well, he won't even watch Oppenheimer, but he because he doesn't.
No, the
like
one he saw, he kept changing the time.
Everything all at once.
Everything. I saw it for 15 minutes and couldn't go further.
No,
he got 15 minutes and couldn't go further. And then I was like, if you only seen 15 minutes, really, how do you know?
I love that movie.
Like, and then he was like, no, I saw it 20 minutes. I'm like, no. You said 15. No, don't give it. Don't try to make yourself look better. No.
Actually, I like both of those movies. Actually, I love both of those movies. So.
He's really entertaining, though. I will give him that. When he doesn't like something, he is like...
He'll go full on curmudgeon with something.
Yeah, he's there. So anybody wants to see some amazingly intense film reviews, follow Bill Whedon.
Yep.
You will get a show. It's amazing.
Exactly.
Yes.
What else here? So we mentioned last week about Steven Kostanski's doing a new Deathstalker movie, which Fred, remember Deathstalker, and Deathstalker 2 is kind of the famous one.
Deathstalker 2 is the best.
And
they sold me on that. Him and was it Josh?
I forget it's the other. It was the whole Astron 6 group. They kind of disbanded, but
well, those two people who I feel bad when I saw The Void at Brattle, and they were like, said you had the second one, they're like, you have to see this. The second one, Deathstalker 2. So it's so exciting that he's making that. I feel bad.
So
I feel like
they launched the Kickstarter. So there's a Kickstarter to help fund Steve Kostanski's Deathstalker film.
Is he coming on the show?
I tried to, but they said he is too busy with pre-production.
Well, okay. All right. Fine.
Michael Past is producing it. Who's a friend of the show. He's been on the show. He's he's in the group. He's a good guy. Runs part of Raven's Banner. So it's
Jeremy
cool.
Gillespie.
There we go.
New as a J, but I really like that movie. It's not a perfect movie, but The Void.
Yeah.
Do you remember The Void?
I do.
Lovecraftian. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll take a lot of Lovecraftian movies, no matter what, except for Color Out of Space with Nick Cage.
I liked that movie. I really did. I really enjoyed it.
I think most
He's not as crazy as normal crazy Nick Cage. But
Yeah, but he's like supposed to be an adult father, and he's just he's like, dude, no.
So it's already over halfway there. It's
Really?
almost halfway
the
there. It's made
crowdfunding thing?
37,000 out of 75,000. So almost halfway.
Nice.
Dang. That doesn't mean it's done, people. So
No.
get in
Yep.
there and
You can get a sword, a LARPing sword.
what? Where's the link for this? What do I look
I
up?
need that.
Here,
Right? What am I looking up?
Hold on one second.
Okay.
I'm gonna I'll screen share it. It's always a really bad URL. I mean, it's like Kickstarter.com, blah 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 blah.
Oh,
So look
gosh.
up a Deathstalker movie on Kickstarter. So
Oh, okay.
so let's see. We get thank
Oh,
yous.
there's tons of stuff.
Yeah, commentary track, that's pretty cool.
Whoa,
Wow,
Boris
celebrity-
Vallejo. Damn.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So he's doing the cover art.
Man,
That's amazing.
That's sick.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
Limited edition VHS tape, an exclusive T-shirt. You might think, $65 for a T-shirt, but it's the only way you're going to get it.
Oh, yeah. And you're doing all this other jazz, too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's great.
They got lobby cards.
Oh, wow.
The Art of Deathstalker book. Warriors
Boris
from Hell
Vallejo will
comic
be
book.
illustrating a new poster for the film.
That's amazing. How old is
Yeah.
Vallejo? He's been
I
around.
know, right? You think he'd be
You
like
would
80
think he'd be.
anyways.
Yeah, he would have been around like with Frazetta. I mean, he was a contemporary and stuff.
I don't know, but I think we should try to get him on the show.
Yeah.
Oh
you're
my
not kidding.
god. That's the one Troy will
I
be.
think I got
like,
some Vallejo
watching.
paints going right now. So
Oh my goodness.
Oh, so they
Really?
got combo packs.
Sweet.
all this stuff.
He is 83 years old.
no way. Wow.
That's like insane that Steven Kostanski's living the dream. He grew up with this movie. Now he's like making his own, and he's got Boris Vallejo doing the cover art.
Yeah, that's
Incredible.
crazy to me.
So
He's
here's
super nice.
this is pretty wild. The cult, the actual sword here.
So if you
$500
get
is pretty
that
reasonable.
one-
I don't think that's
honest.
bad. Yeah, I think
Now,
it's
do you
Yeah.
get that
just to get a
plus
sword.
all that other jazz too?
Mhm.
Oh wow.
No, it's like this is by
Oh,
itself,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you'd have to go in for each individual
Yeah,
one. But that's okay too. What the hell is that thing? Is
Man.
that a shield?
Looks like it.
key
The light
prop.
of Talon.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a
Well,
shield
it's a
or what,
prop.
but it's something. Yeah, it looks
Ooh.
pretty sweet.
Ooh.
Defeat
LARP
the
sword.
Dreadites. Green use mask.
Oh,
Oh,
those
wow.
are awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are totally badass.
Order. Oh, this is if you want to be a producer, executive
Okay.
producer. Then they've
Well,
got
the sword
add-ons.
one says plus more. So plus more, I would think there are other things that come with it.
Yeah, this one is well, you can be on the set and different things and more. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
But you can add these things. You can get tickets to the VIP screening. You can get stickers. You can get the
Yep.
poster.
Psycho Gorman figure.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Psycho Gorman
Nice.
action figure.
An action figure. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
That and the Blu-rays. That's cool.
Oh wow.
Wow.
And these are like
Pretty
upcoming
rad.
goals? Is that what this is?
Those are add-ons, so you can just add
Oh,
like the
okay.
stuff on if you want to do it. Stretch goals. I guess the stretch goals haven't been added yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I guess once if they get their thing, they're gonna add some stretch goals. So
Oh, okay. Nice.
if you're into this, go and help back the project.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
And how much was like the Vallejo thing? Because like
Oh,
that
that's a good
one
question.
seemed
Let's
like
see.
probably such a good deal.
Yeah, only go
Maybe
down.
just to me, but like
$45.
It's wild.
Yeah,
Wow.
$45.
Huh. That would be worth it just by itself, just to
Yeah.
get that.
Yeah. Adorn your halls with an exquisite 11 by 17 print of the new Deathstalker artwork by Boris Vallejo, etc.
No, and I didn't even know he still did work. I really didn't. That's
Yeah.
because I've known about the paint things because it's what I use on a lot of like the figures and stuff.
Yeah.
But I didn't know he still did work. That's awesome. That makes me feel good.
Cool. Yeah, it's amazing. What was the sword? Let me see the sword thing here. Sword. Steel yourself with an exclusive LARP sword expertly crafted by the smiths of Camisel. The blade will be etched with the official Deathstalker logo, and the hilt will be redesigned by director Stephen Kostanski himself. Its other spoils include some of the spoils that precede the combo packs.
Oh, that's totally cool too. And how much was that one?
That one's a lot, but it's still a sword. It's $500.
Well, $500 because like if you go to like your local Renaissance fair, you get like a sword or something, it's going to be probably $1,000. So
absolutely. And if you're looking, even if you get like prop swords, like Conan sword, I bought a few swords in my time, and they're not that far off from that price for a film replica sword. I don't know if it is made out of metal or not, because it says it's a LARPing sword, so it could be a piece of foam. I'm not sure, but
it looks it though, at least from that photo.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. No,
I posted about the crow. Do people want to hear what people on my Facebook replied to my post saying that I think the crow looks good?
Sure. Well, did you have a lot of hate mail on that one?
No, I'm surprised actually. Nicholas Hunt, I agree, looks great. Michael Calio, unfortunately, the movie is not.
Ooh.
Robbie Scar says, I'll pass.
I mean, it's Robbie Scar. Come on, Neal.
Johnny Danger Deadly. Dude, if it turned out half as cool as the trailer, I'm sold. David Richardson, at least I'll give it a watch. It looks different, not horrible. Brandon Lee was the Crow. This is just Crow. Lee's still the original. Brian Jones, well, if you get your money's worth with the movie, that's all that matters. I mean, look, I've seen plenty of terrible movies. That doesn't really.
Yeah, I'll totally see it. I'm not going to ban it from my dinner and movie experiences.
Alok Mishra says it actually does.
Really? Alok? He must be involved in it somehow.
He's gonna cry. No.
He knows someone in there.
Shane Svedberg says not the only one, bud.
Yeah, I haven't seen Shane in ages.
No, he's been around. He was one of our original
fans. Yeah, awesome.
Edward Payson says, yep, sure does. Jesse Kaler says, if they make this movie more like the original comic, I'm in, but I'm afraid you're not. That's not the case. Just
yeah.
Troy says, I love Spooky Skarsgård. I'm in.
I do.
This one's a little weird to me. Richard Fonseca. So far I see it as its own thing, very different than what James O'Barr was hoping it to be a few years back. The only casting I don't enjoy is the villain. I'm not a fan of Danny Houston's acting. But I'm actually I'm surprised by that because I think that guy's a great actor.
What would I know him from?
30 Days a Night. He's the main vampire.
Oh, okay.
The big dude.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yep.
Adam Gonzalez, huge fan of the original Crow. Give this new a shot. I even watched the others movies that they made after the first Crow. Jeff Stackhouse, I think it looks fine, which I'll address in a minute. His is a very long reply.
Oh my God. We get the point. We got it. Mixed opinions.
Michael J. Epstein. My silent struggle is that I thought the original film was already bad.
Yeah.
Such a good soundtrack, though.
Yeah. It is an amazing soundtrack. The soundtrack and the score. The score is incredible. Graham Revell, I think, did it. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name, but it's amazing score. And the soundtrack was like a classic of the 90s. It was just captured all of this. It's just wonderful. It's a total time capsule of 90s.
Yeah, which I'm a big fan of 90s music.
You would probably really like it. It's great.
The Crow, let's see, but it's a little different on our Facebook group. So that was my personal page. On Facebook, Paul Burt, I might go see it. Ray Will says, ouch.
Is that good or bad?
It's bad, I think.
Oh, okay.
Neil Jones says, looks good to me, honestly. It's
mixed opinions.
Sean Mooney says, I'm really excited to see Danny Houston in this. So it's weird though that he was actually, and the other guy was against it. Steve Simmons, I'm not going on my way to see the theaters, but I'll stream it when it comes available. Jackie Hunt says garbage. Bryce Edwards, fuck this movie. Shannon Wallen, gore and violence is a plus, but they are trying to appeal to the homeless needle junkie demo. I don't see who they're trying to appeal to with this. Good or bad, I bet it's a better movie than this lame trailer. I wish we had a I don't care button. David Diaz, I'm intrigued but not sold. I'll check it out. Paul Cunellis, it looks dark as fuck. Renee Mercedes, I think it looks interesting, more promising than I was anticipating.
Are you done?
Yep.
Yay! Not to steal anybody's moment of glory being read aloud without your head.
Baby Snake Ass Master 420 plastic bag team looks
plastic bag was the most exciting part, to be honest. It's like some actual action happening. She was convincing. Okay. She was convincing in her dying. So
I don't know. There's a lot of action in the thing, I thought.
Yeah.
So I mentioned last week. I'm sorry, do we say something else?
No.
Well, I was just gonna say I was all excited because I donated to the House of Thousand Corpses game.
Yes.
And then I got an email that it's been taken off the crowdfunder because of a
nothing's
dispute.
Ever easy.
Because of a dispute?
The Karen Black estate is disputing it. But the people who made it, they've also made the Chucky game, they made the Halloween game, they made Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. They say we made sure everything was cleared. We have all the rights for everything. So once we get this misunderstanding taken care of, it'll be back up. So hopefully it does.
Okay, cool.
So they're not like a fly-by-night group. They've actually made a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
So
well, it's good they reached out and let you know what was going on, though, instead of just ghosting the world and no one knows what's happening.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So, and I was very happy that Karen Black is depicted in the game. So hopefully she can stay as part of the game because.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that's pretty great. I would think the estate would want her.
Yeah,
out wherever they could have her.
Yeah,
it's probably like her half brother that she hasn't talked to in 40
who knows?
years.
Yeah,
he just wants to cash in and like.
As is often the case with things after people die. Sad but true.
Yeah, because there's a lot of living people involved and some fairly pretty big names, so they're all
cool.
Yeah, they actually posted yesterday, Trick or Treat Studios, who makes it. Our House of a Thousand Corpses Kickstarter has been temporarily paused due to an infringement dispute surrounding likeness rights. Please be assured that this is officially licensed product, and we were diligent in securing all necessary approvals. We're addressing this swiftly, and we'll have the confusion resolved soon. Thank you for your patience and support. So I hope so. Yeah. And by the way, I also hopefully I get this before Buff. I ordered the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game by them. So hopefully have it by Buff. And if so, we'll play it and we'll live stream our
so it's not one that you're waiting to come out.
No, that one's already out. So.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And what's interesting, when I looked it up, it's 1 to 4 players. So I was like, this is cool.
I like when they have that option to have one player.
Yeah. Yep. I noticed that a lot more with games now, like the more modern board games and stuff.
Yeah.
I see that a lot.
It's not always easy to find board game friends.
No. Nope.
Yeah.
Especially if you need more than 2, then
Yes.
sometimes you're screwed.
Well, that's why I
we
wanted to
can't
make
play
sure it was.
Munchkin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure before I got it that you could play 2 anyways, and you can.
Mhm.
And it's a cooperative game, which I like. So
I
we're
love
not
co-op
trying to kill
games.
each other.
Yeah.
You can still abandon each other, like because the object of the game is to get to the van and take off.
So
And
you
then
can
Oh, so you
leave.
can leave your friend there?
You
That's
can,
great.
actually. You can.
Speaking
And,
of games, I played Horrified just Wednesday night with one
Oh,
of my
sweet.
normal friends who's
I almost
cool.
bought it
Yeah, we
too.
went to a gaming shop in Massachusetts, in Beverly, Massachusetts, and Horrified. We did the classic Universal monsters,
It's the
and
best.
Nice.
took a while to set up because we only played it that one time. But
Yeah.
by the end, they were closing basically by the time we got it set up.
Oh.
But she's into it. Troy, have you played the Horrified game?
I've seen it, but I have not played it.
I
It
almost
looks
bought it
tremendous.
because they had it currently on sale on Amazon, so I almost bought
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
You guys
They
need to
have
board
it
game
at that-
together.
at that game shop I was telling you about in Plymouth, Neal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was there. That place was great. It's round table games, and
Nice.
it is just cram jammed with like Games Workshop stuff that I thought you could only get online, old D&D stuff, new D&D stuff, just any kind of gaming shit you're into, you could probably find it there.
That's awesome.
Yep, I was so happy because you never see, and that's where I got those paints too, which was kind of
Oh,
nice.
cool. So is that going to be your new figure stop? Your in-person figure stop?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes,
Cool.
indeed. Now that I'm retired, I have time
Yeah.
on my hands. So
Yeah, I was it came up with Neal. He was saying, you just retired and because of the stuff that you guys are working on for the short. And I was saying, like, what a crazy change because you've been there for all this time. And now it's like, what?
see, right now though, it's only been a couple of weeks, so I still feel like I'm on vacation. I think it won't hit me until like 3 weeks in. Then maybe it will. Maybe it never will. Maybe I'll be like, oh yeah,
It's
gotta
okay
get
to
ready
feel
for
like you're
work.
on vacation forever.
Yeah, that's all right with me too.
So Troy and I went to Boston last night. Had a really good time.
You went to AEW, right?
Yeah, the TD Garden.
Mm-hmm.
The
So
crowd
we went
was
there.
so super excited.
Yeah,
It was great.
place was packed. They sold 9,700 tickets. It was packed. Everyone was insane.
Wow.
It was the debut of Mercedes. We're not going to talk a lot about this because I know it's a horror show, but it was the debut of Mercedes Moné, who is from Boston. And the backstory is here. She walked out of WWE when Vince McMahon was still in charge. And basically, you want to have a big contract, bet on herself.
Yeah,
Went
people
on,
thought
actually,
she was crazy when she left. They're like, she's never going to make it without the E.
And was a draw in Japan, and now has one of the biggest contracts a woman's ever signed in wrestling in AEW.
Awesome.
Came out amazing reaction. People were chanting her name.
They
CEO.
went berserk.
Yeah, so this was a great experience. And then I come home. We had a great time. And then people today try to convince me that no one was there and no one cheered
like a Trump
for
rally.
her. Yeah, no,
exactly.
Yeah, I was in the building and I have pictures. No, I'm like, okay.
Yep. No, they were totally cool when she came out. No, they went berserk. There wasn't a person sitting down. They were all on their feet. She had the crowd eating out of the palm of her hand.
That's so great.
No,
I'm so happy for her to say, fuck you, Vince McMahon.
Yep.
Yeah, and people took pictures. We didn't see her, but Bailey, who's currently in WWE, and I think Naomi, they were there up in the
scoping it out.
Yeah, they were taking. Someone took a picture. They were up there filming her with their camera because they're friends of her. And I think that's great that they're still their friends and they were there to support their friends.
Yeah. Until WWE sees it, and now they're fired.
They do seem to be the new people running the Triple H who runs it now does seem to not be as strict on that kind of stuff. So.
Cool.
Well, good, because otherwise these people would screw as soon as they had a chance and go to AEW with her. So
yeah.
So that was it was a great experience, and I'm not always someone who says this, but I do think this weird hate for her is a lot to do with her being a woman, because I don't think if
What?
a guy likes when a guy stands up for
What?
themselves and like leaves the company or something, they don't. I mean, there are some people, but not to this degree. The people
No.
who dislike are very weird about it.
Are you trying to tell me that they are misogynists?
Yeah.
What?
A guy took
What?
pictures and he's like, look how close I am. And he just went and totally trashed her. And people are like, well, why did you go? And he's like, just, why did you take these pictures? And why did you go? Just to show how close I am to
Protest.
And I was like, well, and he's saying no one cares about her. And I was like, isn't that kind of weird, man, that you're taking these pictures and bragging that you were so close to her, but you claim you hate her and don't care about her? It's just kind of like
Stalker.
Whacked out. Yeah.
That's creepy
Very
stalker
weird.
kind of shit. I hate you, but I'm going to get real close to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
But she's kind of had that vibe ever since she even talked about leaving the E, because people are like, well, they own her name, so she's not going to make a dime like once she leaves. So then she used a different name and went to New Japan and became a huge star, and then now she's a huge star in AEW. So it's like,
because she's actually talented and not just there because someone made a story for her.
Yeah. Yep. And the promo's great. We mentioned the women's revolution.
And she does the neatest stuff with her hair. She does the coolest. Like she had CEO and a dollar bill like on the back of her hair.
What's her name? Now I need to look her up. What's her name?
It's gonna blow your mind.
What's her name?
Mercedes, like the car, Monet.
Yeah.
Mone.
Oh my goodness.
And like you'll see some of her old,
Oh, she's so
and so
cute.
when she comes out, it's like all this money and stuff coming.
She's super cute. Good for her.
Yeah,
oh wow, there's some amazing hair over here.
Yeah, when she was in New Japan, she had almost like this sea anemone thing happening that was so cool.
I think it's like almost like I don't know, like.
But she'll do like all these different prints and things. It's crazy.
Yeah, something that looks like when you look through heat glasses, like what the Predator sees.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. Like the like infravision kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna get a picture to share with the world. She's super cute.
Yeah, she's totally cool. She's a great word. There's nothing bad about her. She's just great.
Yeah. I mean, she could be a terrible human being, and at the same time,
I don't think
that's good for her. No, that's very cool.
Yeah. Some people say, "Oh, she hates her fans," but she's adamant about. She's come out and talked about fans who are grabby at like autograph sessions. And it's like, well, I don't
hate your fans that are
that and the people who I'm very against too. The people who hang out at baggage claim and like, because you can't get away. You can't just walk away when you're waiting for your bag. Baggage claim.
That's horrible.
I don't know how this is allowed. Like, this is a big thing amongst
creeps.
The wrestlers. Like, yeah, they just stand there and then like some of them will even video like the wrestlers and like it's like because you can't just leave. You have to stand there waiting for your luggage.
Yep. Did you say this is the? Oh yeah, that's the one I love.
Predator vision hair.
Yep. And she does that kind of jazz all the time, and it's just so wild.
Yeah. Dang,
Did you say this was the 50th anniversary of Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Yeah.
All right. So next Tuesday, Nasty Neal and I plan on making our trip to play some pinball machines in Rhode Island.
Sweet.
And there's a 50th anniversary Jaws pinball machine that just came out. And like the plunger is a barrel, and if you hit the boat enough times, then the shark pops up. It just looks so tremendous. And
that's incredible.
And there's also, but I don't know if this place has it or not, because it's made by a different company. And if you look at the Stern Pinball, which is the biggest pinball company, they have a finder, but they usually only list their own machines. And this is made by a different group, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. So they may have that too. We don't know.
Interesting. I'm gonna look this
place rules. It's called
Free play.
Free play.
Yeah.
So you go there and you pay it. It's not much. It's like $7, and you can play all the games. You don't have to put money. You play
Really?
pinball,
Yeah,
the
they're all
video
free.
games.
Did we go there?
No, I
You
went with
should.
Troy.
You
We
guys
put
should. It's
coins.
amazing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, 'cause I
Annabelle,
love
we
the
should go
regular
sometimes.
arcades.
You'd love it. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's so great. It's open for, I think it opens a little late in the day, 5, I think, but it's open late. It's
makes
open to
sense.
1 a.m. And
Yeah.
you could literally just stay there all day if you want.
And they have
Oh my
a
God,
bar
great.
there, full bar. The only
love
drawback
this.
to the place, their pizza's terrible.
Yeah.
So either eat before you
First.
go there or after. Don't eat there. Don't plan on eating there.
And the place is enormous.
Oh, and they probably have 300 stand-up arcade games.
Yeah.
What?
They've got 40 pinball machines, and they go from
Holy crap.
old ones. They have the Addams Family game, my
Nice. I
all-time
love
favorite.
that game. Yes, that and Twilight Zone are my top.
They had them in 2 places, the pinball. They had the classic ones, and then they had the new ones. They had them in 2 different places, which was neat. And I just noticed they just opened a second location. And I wish I would have looked at this a couple weeks ago, because the second location they opened is in Worcester.
No way.
Really?
Free
Yeah,
play?
yeah.
No kidding.
Ooh.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, what are you doing Tuesday? Meet us in Rhode Island.
I should probably. But
Work. What do I do Tuesday? I work.
Well, after work.
Maybe some fine weekend day. I don't know if that's even a possibility for y'all, but
Well, now I'm
man, that
retired.
sounds so cool.
Now every day is good for me.
Every day is a good day.
I don't think they list.
But yeah, this place is amazing, though. They have 3 or 4 maybe air hockey machines, and one of them is a 4-player one. So you can drop these slots on the other 2 players if you only have 2 players, or you can open them up if you have 3 players, and then you can have.
So are you? If you're 4 players, is it like Hungry Hippos, or is it 2-person to a team?
No, it's every person for themselves, and
like
you're trying to.
Hungry Hippos.
It looks insane. I've never played it with 4 people, but
Oh my God,
it looks
it's
pretty
crazy.
wild. And they had
I
the
love
old
air hockey.
school bubble hockey game where each player is your hockey team, and it's almost like a foosball table, only with hockey guys. And this was huge back in like the early 80s when I was a kid going to the arcade. And you'd hit the button and it would cheer. It's just great game. Neal beat me the last time, I think 3 out of 5.
Yeah, I'd be in
very
on
close.
that. But you were also drinking. So.
I was pretty shit-faced. So, Neal found being the sober guy works for something.
I actually have this. I love this hat. And when I went there, you can't buy the stuff there though. You have the merchandise you have to send for it. But it's only $12, and I love these kind of hats. I wear them all the time. And so anyway, it's a really cool hat.
But $7 to play all day, and like I said,
that's amazing.
You couldn't even play all the games they have there. I don't think if you stayed there all day.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very
really cool tempting.
But even if you,
and I'm real mad about work lately, more than normal. So.
Plus, after we ate, after we were there, we were outside and we saw what we thought was a food truck, but it's this. When then I found out later, it's like a thing people have known. It's been there for 50 years or something, or 40 years.
It's the longest running food thing on wheels, like in the
it's
US.
a diner.
That's crazy.
It's a diner that's like a food truck, but it's a diner. And you went in there and you had limited seats, but you could.
The best burger I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, the burgers were great.
Wow.
And then there was the walls were covered with pictures of celebrities that had eaten there. It's just a really just cool little place. And I didn't know till later that it's like a history. If people from the area know
the
about
Haven Brothers Diner.
Haven Brothers Diner.
Yep.
I wonder if it's anything like Gillies. You remember?
I don't know. It was just a nice little food truck, and it was amazing. Like the burgers and fries were just so perfect. And
what's the name of it again? I put Gillies in my head. And
Haven Brothers. And it's in Providence, Rhode Island.
Yeah, a
and,
bunch of pictures come out. So
in
it's like
Cranston. Haven Brothers Mobile LLC, Mobile
that
Caterer.
must be it.
Oh no, I got it. There must be a lot of Haven Brothers around.
yeah, it's
Or
probably
one set of Haven Brothers that made a lot of things. Oh, that's cute.
Oh yeah, and we didn't know because it was so late. Like what time did we get there, Neal? Midnight?
Yeah, because we left the place pretty late.
Yeah, nothing was open, and we found that and like we'll give it a shot because we didn't expect the pizza to be so bad at the bar.
Yeah, we figured we were just gonna eat there, but yeah.
The one I'm seeing, it's just like next to. It looks like a house. It's just like.
I think that's on one side, and like it's the bus station on the other side.
Yeah, it's like a parking lot.
And
It's like
just
it's metal, and it's like a trailer on the back of a truck.
Yeah, it's all chrome. It's really cool and stuff. And
Nice.
it's been there, I guess, for generations. It's like, just
wild.
and the guy was super cool, super nice, and like we went back and ate in the car because I think it was freezing that night.
Yeah, we were getting outside. It was freezing. You could eat in there too, but I think Troy wanted to smoke.
Yeah. I sent you some pictures, Neal. One of the Jaws pinball.
Oh, cool.
One of the Haven Brothers Diner. It looks super cool. It's not a picture of the entire thing, but it's important parts with Jaws.
Look at that. Yeah,
Baby Baby Snake earlier said that Troy should treat himself to a spa day.
Oh, wow.
Man,
I saw earlier.
Gay, I think.
Too, Dave Deadman said not to get weird, but Troy has beautiful hair.
I'm a beautiful man. I just can't help
Indeed.
it. I think I do from my mustache down.
This picture that you found, Annabelle, that's of it parked like somewhere else, not where like you actually go to it.
Oh,
the Haven Brothers. I'll get one.
They drive
maybe during the day they might.
It must go back home or something.
Huh.
Oh yeah. Look at the chum bucket too on the
yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes, that's awesome.
So I can't wait to play this one. And then if you get the ball up until there's a second little table above that one, and you can see the yellow flipper going across.
Oh yeah, it's like the deck, right?
Yeah. Yep. So you can get into that and smack the ball around.
Oh my god!
Like Neal and I love to play these things. We're not particularly good at them, but
I suck at them.
They're a blast of fun to play.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Yeah, some of those new ones are like crazy hard. They're harder than the classic ones.
Yeah, they go by at like 1,000 miles an hour. We played the 007 game and lasted a total of maybe a minute between the two of us.
Oh, Jesus.
And flew down. Oh, yeah, there you go. Now I'm jonesing for a burger right now. That was outside. I'd go out and have one right now.
Yeah, burgers are great. And they make shakes too, but we didn't get a shake.
Oh, shake.
We might next time.
They had like 30 different kinds or something. And I don't know how they had so much stuff. It's just this little place, but they have, they just have burgers and shakes and fries, but still they made like so many
tons
different
of varieties.
shakes.
Yeah. And even the fries and stuff, you could get them. I think we got like the Cajun fries, which were great.
That's right.
Yeah, you could probably get like chili fries.
Yeah, they had cheese fries, all kinds of jazz.
I'll show you.
But I think we might wait for Haven in case we get like a big group together to go. And because
oh my goodness, I swear to God.
I think when it's just us this time, because Neal's never been to Figadini's in Providence, which is it's my favorite pizza place. I have never had a better pizza than Figadini's. Small, like maybe 8 tables. And so this is my story. My strange story about Figadini's.
Yeah.
So Miss Burgess and I, we got a gift card to there probably like 5 years ago from her brother, and had it on the shelf for a couple of years. Didn't even think of it. Like, oh yeah, we're going to Providence. Let's go to this place. So we go in there, and so it's a little dinky place. Like I said, there's probably 8 or 10 tables, and the guy back there running the wood fire pizza oven, with like a 10-foot peel. I kind of had peel envy. My peel's only about 4 feet, and he looked like a mini me, and I'm like, huh. I kind of like him.
Crazy.
He's got like the long hair, my beard, da 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 da. So I'm like, okay. And so then after we ordered and we got drinks, and then the pizza guy comes over and he's like, "Hey, Carol Lee, Troy, how you guys doing?" And we're like, "What the hell is this guy? How do we know him?" And it turns out that he's Frankie, who used to go out with Bee's sister. And his
Whoa.
grandmother owned Franca's Pizza in Buzzards Bay, which was the greatest pizza place. And so now this kid's carrying on the tradition.
That's
And
amazing.
it was the best pizza I've ever had. And we've been there like 3 times, and every time it gets a little better.
I just looked it up on the map, and I know exactly where this is because I went to the restaurant next door to it
Oh, okay.
last summer. It's got
It's not a bad restaurant in Providence.
really good area. It's nice.
Yeah, there are stuff that's open later than in Boston. For people who've never been to Boston, there's really very little open late.
Yeah, you assume a city's going to be open like all night long.
No, and it's just getting worse. But all the people are moving out of Boston because it's too expensive.
You posted who was at that place, the pizza place, recently?
Oh, I will send you the
Trains
picture.
tonight. Can you hear these trains?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. I didn't know where it was coming from.
It's here. It's way more trains than normal, and they're way louder than normal.
Well, Troy's like, no, I have something to show that involves Without Your Heads film, Once and Future Smash End Zone 2. It's very amazing to me. We're on the cover of Starburst magazine, which is the longest running UK
totally
horror
awesome.
magazine. The Future of Fear, and one of them is Smash Mouth over here by Joe Castro.
Crazy! Look at that! Oh my god!
So they got classic like Bride of Frankenstein and Beetlejuice, and then it's got modern.
They got freaking Art the Clown.
Stuff. Yeah, Art the Clown, and oh man,
no slouches on there. That's crazy.
No, everything good in life is on that cover. Of that
Abigail's in the front there. We're next to Wednesday Addams, and, the new Wednesday. I don't know. I saw that.
It's
I was
really
like,
funny. That's the picture they used.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it was
Dave, leave me alone.
Huh?
Dave got to leave me alone over here.
What's Dave doing?
He's harassing me about the train. The weirdo. What the hell?
Choo-choo!
What the hell is this crap?
Gonna hop on the train.
5:15 from the Who stuck in my head.
I won't say I probably shouldn't say people's whole names, but we had friends who used to they used to hop. Well, one guy used to do it. He used to hop. He had a small bridge next to his house, and he used to jump from the bridge down onto the train. And
oh dear!
By. And this guy was like, he after high school he became an Army Ranger, so he's like athletic and stuff. Mm-hmm. And then another friend of ours who's not athletic tried to do the same, and he just fell and like broke his leg.
Oh
which
my
I don't know why you would try to do this.
Die.
Yeah, and so it wasn't like a super high bridge, but still. And then when the paramedics whoever came, they thought he tried to kill himself because he jumped off the bridge, but instead he was trying to jump on top of the.
He's just
train.
An idiot.
Yeah, which was probably not very.
You should have it, Neal. I just sent it to you.
Okay, on what?
On
text.
Yeah.
Okay.
What'd you get?
I'll send this. I'm gonna post.
Oh, is this a cool image?
Yeah, and this is actually horror related. Although I will say our viewership is very high at the moment. They love talks of Rhode Island and diners.
Nice. Well, they're gonna like this then too, because that's Frankie and his wife who tends bar with their special person in the middle, who also told him that was the best pizza she had ever had.
I gotta have this pizza.
And it doesn't come cut. It comes with shears. You have to cut your pizza with your
Stop it!
Which I had never done before.
Well, someone in my life showed me cutting a pizza and said that's what their mom did, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And like, let's see, use this way to do it. It was like kitchen shears.
I've never done that
Alright.
with pizza, but I do actually use scissors a lot when I'm cooking because it's actually easier than knives a lot of times, depending on what you're making.
I like knives.
Then the last time we had gone there, we went with
Oh, look at that. Hey, holy
Jamie Lee
shit.
Curtis. Yep.
That's awesome. That guy's beard is, his whole hair is insane.
Yeah, Frankie's got the cool
Years.
do going there. Yeah.
Wow. That's
And then
awesome.
his wife comes up with all kinds of crazy drink combinations. So it's a really neat place.
That's super cool.
Now I'm getting hungry. All I ate today was a salad.
I'll go in there and say Troy Jones sent me.
Exactly. Do that.
Nice.
Give him the wink and nod.
Yes.
Neal has a strange fascination with trains.
Oh,
do you?
Not just the trains, but the tracks. Yeah, I walk the tracks a lot. I don't try to bring this up to Annabelle because she'll say I'm going to hit. But my big concern on the tracks is actually twisting my ankle because it can be uneven.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how fast the train comes. Sometimes you can hear
where I am, they're not particularly fast, and they also you can literally hear them for about 2 miles away.
Yeah, I almost died on train tracks in Connecticut with the same person I was just talking about. We ate we were by train tracks. There was just no place to go, so we went to the store, got food. It was probably COVID times. So we're sitting in the car, there's train tracks, and we found like this deer skeleton because the deer got blown apart. It was like everywhere. It was parts of this decrepit, bony deer. So we were like, this is cool. We walk across these multiple tracks to this big, like they must have cut away this hill. So it's all this steep rock. And we're like looking at it and it's cool. And I look up and look over and it's a train coming.
Oh no.
But I think because it's one of those super fast trains. So we just pushed up against the rock and it was like,
oh, you were in the tunnel itself, like
right in the tunnel. There was like, it came around a corner and silently. And if we would have been that deer. We would have been blown apart and all over the place. Someone
that
would have
was one
found
of those things that I always felt cheated as a kid when I heard that the train had a cow catcher, and I was fascinated. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. So it like catches a cow, and what do they do with it? No, it blasts and obliterates a cow. It doesn't catch fuck all. It just destroys the cow.
Hair.
Yeah, be honest. This is the cow killer, not the cow catcher. So I felt cheated, and I was probably 6 years old. I was like, son of a bitch, I've been lied to.
So next thing is you need to invent a cow catcher.
Yeah, that's what I want. Something the cow's all happy and just chilling. Yeah,
just like
wrap it, envelop it in
having like a little nice ride. Yeah,
have like mama cow rubbing it or something. Something nice. Yeah,
much better.
But the cow crusher, like, no, that's not good.
So
I think it was fast with that deer because it really was exploded.
Yep.
Everywhere. Look at that. Oh, was that your first time walking the tracks?
Maybe.
Who set up that fine shot?
Yeah, it was Annabelle. I used to close the dinner and the movies with that. I should.
I remember that.
It is a cool photo.
You cross,
but there's a video of it
too.
Here I was trying to find a picture of the tracks, but this one I'm just trying to look really badass here.
Look at you. That's a sick shirt.
It's pretty rocking.
Yeah.
Dude, I like this.
You need like a Devo hat or something.
Yeah, I actually, I'm looking at these older pictures. I'm like, should I shave my mustache back off? It does look kind of, I think it looks pretty cool.
It's cool.
That's kind of your own look there. I like that. You're the king of the bums now.
It does look like it. Just looks, I don't know. It looked pretty badass.
So shave
but if you're gonna be a hobo and like
you can just grow it back.
Catch some Z's on the train and be a hobo, then I think grow it long and crazy.
Do you know anything about growing beards long and crazy, Troy?
Slightly.
This is an abandoned.
I'm known as Gandalf in some circles.
This is an abandoned train car. On my walk, I don't always go by here, but when I do, and it's I wish I had better pictures here, but closer up pictures. But I
Does it
did
have, like,
think about
barbed wire around it?
it. Does that's my own? I would like to use it in a short film, but it is surrounded by
With
barbed
someone else
wire. Is the only
present?
problem.
You to go
But
armed.
it is a location I've kept in my mind in the future.
Mhm.
It is a pretty cool thing. All right. So there we go. Here's. Anyway, I've got a lot of pictures of train tracks, but no one needs to see them. They're on
Train
my
tracks are cool, though. I
Train
like
tracks
the
are cool.
trains.
They are cool, and no one necessarily cares. But it's easier for me to get to certain places if I walk the train tracks, as opposed to walking along the highway where we have no street lights
No
and
sidewalk.
no sidewalks, and they're overgrown, so cars can't see around the corner. Sounds like it's safer for me to freaking walk the tracks.
It's pretty direct. That's the
Yeah.
whole train thing.
Right.
Very.
Yeah.
I think if like I ever find that
I
have
don't
some
wear the
kinda-
earbuds when I might have pictures where I'm wearing them, but I actually don't do that when I'm walking the train
That's
tracks
good.
because I don't want to be like a total moron.
I think if I ever find out I have some incurable disease, I think I'm going to check out like NC Wyeth and do the walk the trains and walk the tracks and let the train take me out.
A dark thing is that the train that keeps going by, a few years ago, I was leaving my home. I was an odd day where I was working from home and I went to go to get some Dunkin' Donuts to perk myself up. And the train was stopped because it's right there. Train was stopped and there were police. And so I was driving out of my place and there's like a curve right before the train track. And I went to take that and I saw a sneaker underneath the train.
Ooh.
That freaked me out
Yep,
so much. It was very, very sad. It was like right before Christmas too. It was terrible. So, I mean, it'll be fast, but
yeah, I'll try out the Troy catcher then. See how that works out.
It worked for him.
Yep.
Not to be mean, but I mean, that was his choice. So fuck it.
And NC was the man. Like you look at any of the old like Wyeth illustrations, like the ones he did for different like children's books and stuff. Just amazing stuff. I mean, super talented family, but NC was my favorite.
Here's a
look at that.
See, the whole location is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Definitely.
There could be all kinds of shit crawling. Look at that. That's super wild. So this looks like a double-decker train.
Yeah, and it's just abandoned right off the tracks, and it's got this like a chicken wire fence, but it's got barbed wire over the top. I don't know, like it almost looks like the window. I think
like
it's melted.
Yeah.
Must have been like plexiglass or something.
Wow.
Oh.
I don't know if
now I want to go in there. I'm
Crazy.
kind of dying to go in there now.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's very easy to cut chain link fence. You just get snips. You get snips and you're in.
So yeah, it's a cool location that I've kept in mind.
What? Yeah, exactly, man. Yes.
What?
Yes.
I've
got a whole bunch of snips. Do you think those will do old shitty? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
What?
I got bigger ones if not.
It's easy to put those in your pocket though.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening, officer. I was not anywhere nearby. Otherwise, I don't know what was happening, officer.
Yeah, it's true. If you've got like like bolt cutters, then hard to conceal.
Yeah. Neal leaves his home with like
I got a backpack. I don't know if they'll fit in the backpack or not. Probably not.
If you had like 4-foot bolt cutters, like that takes up some space.
Yeah.
So what do you got? What does the chat think? Keep the mustache or shave it off?
I don't know. You have that cool look with just the
without the mustache,
just the base. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Better, honestly.
Yeah, it looked good. And I think the thing with mustache is it grows so fast. So you could trim it and then it's like...
Yeah, I did trim it
See,
a
the way
lot.
Troy's got it,
Troy's
got the look where it can grow down and it just looks fine.
Well, then I can curl it too. I can do like the
Yeah.
Dali if I need to. So
That's sweet.
All right.
Yeah, shave it.
All right, but I do have to film a certain person first before I do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually could work in my favor, because then I would look different for the dual roles in the movies.
Oh yeah. Yep, I kind of like that.
All right. So, anything else in the world here?
Yeah.
You won't smell your mustache all day. That's a very bizarre thing here. I don't think it has a scent.
You're gonna lose out on that treat.
So Saturday there's going to be another Without Your Head.
Oh,
we're gonna be. I don't know if Annabelle's going to be able to join me, but
I don't. What time is it?
2 p.m. in the afternoon.
That seems very possible.
All right, it's going to be fun because we're Spirit Riser.
Yeah,
by Dylan Greenberg and Amanda
I'd
Flowers.
like to meet Dylan because I haven't met Dylan yet. Amanda Flowers is cool. I really liked her in anything I've seen her in. But
cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, we also have the screener. I'll send you screener. So it's going to be premiering at. It's a really cool name. It's like the Museum of Moving Images, I think it's called.
My friend just told me about that place. No shit.
Yeah, New York.
Yeah, he was telling me like he's actually the guy. It's still not made. He's the person that posted the image of the thing, and I was like, "Holy shit!" And then we started talking in like PM, DM, whatever. And yeah, he told me about that place, and I was like, Neal and I would totally go to that. So cool. That's awesome. It's got like a giant Muppet floor of Muppets.
Hello,
Troy. I mean, the things I heard, you would really like it.
Yeah, that sounds pretty amazing.
Amazing. It's beyond Muppets, but Muppets are a pretty good stuff.
Hey, you had me at Muppets, so yeah. That was the other pinball machine that I had forgotten. See, everything comes full circle.
Pinball Muppets?
No, but there are Muppets, but from a different thing, maybe even cooler, perhaps.
Dark Crystal?
Maybe even cooler than that, perhaps, because maybe it's got
Labyrinth. Oh my god!
This is the holy grail of pinball machines. This is the one I must find, but I guess it's pretty limited. They only made like 5,000 machines, which when you spread them across the world,
it's not a lot.
Many. Yeah,
and some have been like neglected and.
But these just came out.
Wow.
They
oh, cool. Okay.
They were just out like I think around Christmas time.
Oh.
But I haven't found one yet, so I'm still on the lookout. So
well,
maybe this joint will have it.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping.
There's got to be something within the Boston, New England area. It has to be 5,000. If you think I don't think there's 5,000 big cities on the planet.
No, right? You're right. You're right. And you think if there's only one or two barcades or whatever, or yeah, that's true. So maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope.
Closer than you think.
But look that one up too, because it's pretty amazing. Because like
right now,
it's got everything going on in it, and I think it even has like a topper that has like 2 or 3 goblins, and they are all animated.
Are they like wiggling
around? Yeah. It just looks.
Oh my god!
Great.
Yes. Oh. Holy shit. That's sick.
Because I think you even have the knockers somewhere in there.
Oh my
and like
god.
It just looks amazing.
Oh my god.
I was totally geeked when I saw it. I was like, oh my god, must find this. So if Tuesday, if Neal and I go and find this, then you'll have to go next time.
I would have to go next time. I would have to. I'm sending this to you, Neal. All the Labyrinth brothers are gonna like flip out.
Oh, yep.
Very well. I just got the top because I saw that. I was like, oh my god. So I haven't even looked at the rest of it. Yeah, that caught my eye. And I was like, oh, Oh wow, it's so cool.
See,
Oh,
that's
it's
a
got the
whole
two like
separate thing until I started learning some things about pinball. I did not know that a topper is a separate thing. So you have to buy the pinball machine, and then you have to buy the topper for like another $2,000.
oh
And so
wow.
and some of the toppers are amazing. There's one to like the Hobbit that's a book, and
Oh cool.
it's just so neat. Like mind is blown when you start diving into this stuff.
Oh my god. Now we know why what's his face is all about the pinball games.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
sure.
look at that. Isn't that
Yeah,
amazing?
oh my god.
And they talk to you during the game. And then if you get into certain bonuses or do things, and their eyes light up, and
That's
it
crazy.
just looks great.
This looks
I don't recognize the one that's on our right. I know the other two very
you're
well.
right.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to look for him in the movie.
But
Because
they
I know
even
the
have,
other two.
during the gameplay itself, you even get the worm, and he's like, "Oh, I'm a worm," and I'm just like, "Oh my god, need this game."
Yes. It's so cute. So cute.
sweet.
Neal. I don't think Neal is really like into these movies as much.
I mean,
I'm
a fantasy guy, so he
Yeah.
probably thinks Labyrinth.
I should just watch them again. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
as familiar with them. So.
I
I-
wonder because if you watch
I
it,
like
because
puppets.
I've loved them since I was a kid, and I don't think
Right.
there's ever a time in my life where I wasn't watching them. So I don't know if you were an adult and you saw it. I don't know if you would enjoy it or not if you didn't already love it.
But I think he would. I think there's like
That would be cool.
there's that kind of nifty, magical thing about it that's just so great.
What would
I
be
think
would it
was
be
that
better
one
to?
in-
Yeah.
I'm a Jim Henson and Puppet Addict here from Bruce.
I was gonna say, do you think there's like his into Henson creature movies? Like Labyrinth, would that be the first one, or start with Dark Crystal, or
Oh,
what do you think?
well, the good thing is he's seen them all, so
Yeah, I've
like
seen 'em.
it's just kind of a going back and viewing them again kind of thing.
Maybe it's something we if we did that at Brattle, because Brattle puts those out. I think
Yeah,
every
they play
year.
them quite often. Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Yeah, they do the double features a lot, so that'd be a good time.
There might even be one coming up. Yeah.
Uh,
Frogging doesn't seem like that big of a deal, to be honest. I don't know. I'm really
Yeah,
kind
that
of
seems kind of
disappointed by
spooky to
Frogging.
me.
Right? Dogging at the local swim pool.
Oh,
Jack and Sarah were frogging in the deep end. Like Fraggle Rock, I love.
I used to watch Fraggle Rock before school
Rock
every morning.
Actually, Neal was the one that got me into Fraggle Rock because I
Really?
had never seen it. He was like, "Check this shit out." And I was like, "Whoa,
Down
love
to
it."
Fraggle Rock.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used
What
to
were the
watch
little
every
worker
morning.
guys? They were the
The
best.
Doozers. They're
Yeah,
so
they were the greatest.
cute.
I love the levels because it's got the little guys on the Fraggle, but then they had the big giant guys. So
And Madame Trash Heap scared the shit out of me. Because she had these tube eyes and it was terrifying. Oh.
yeah, people know Baby Snake Assmaster. He videos into my wrestling shows sometimes. Well, a lot of times, and he's got puppets all around. He's a crazy man. Yeah, he's a good man.
Cool.
Bruce.
Frogging.
It's what we do. We go frogging.
An alternative for the commonly used curse word fucking used by conservative Christians and others who feel bad saying bad words, so they substitute obvious words to curse anyway. It's so a real thing.
So silly.
Son of a biscuit. Like, dude, we know what you mean. You're
not fooling anybody.
Oh, and then the quote, because they do quotes for all of the Urban Dictionary things, is quote, "Just say what you mean, you frogging asshole." Yes.
I will do this next week. I forgot I was going to do it this week. 'Cause I don't have the things down here. I don't have the names, but we hit 5,000 subscribers last week, and I kept all the people's names who's been sharing the show. So next week I'm going to give out some free stickers
Mhm.
But I'll have to have the names and everything down here. So, but we do have some without your head stickers, and I've got a ton of horror stickers, and we'll do them random. So you'll get like a random like group of stickers. It'll be fun. You'll get a without your head sticker and some random horror stickers from new horror movies, classic horror movies, whatever. And we'll do a few of those for the milestone of 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. And if you haven't hit subscribe, hit the like button, hit the bell icon, and share it out to your friends and your neighbors and to your enemies. And maybe they'll become your friends. Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm going to send in the private chat because it's the easiest. Another frogging, because I don't want to take all the frogging to myself.
Okay.
So who would like, Troy, you can see the private chat option.
Yes, I do.
Who wants to take the first frogging?
Troy, you can go first.
All right.
Now what? I'm
pretty funny.
Oh, okay.
Although it does have nasty in the title. So you read it for the folks. Read it aloud for everyone.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought this was just a separate thing.
Yeah. We thought we'll each do our own reading of one.
All right. Frogging. When nasty people in Louisiana get drunk and go into a dirty pond at night and catch bullfrogs with the intention of selling them as food. Dirty boy, do y'all want to go frogging? Frogs are gross, says the girl.
I don't find frogging too upsetting yet.
No.
Whoa, this one.
Because I love me some frog legs, so I'd be all right with that. Yeah,
they are good. Troy and I had them at a Chinese restaurant for the first time. This was a few years ago.
Yeah.
And,
worth getting. I mean, like over other foods, you're like, I see frog legs, and now I just have them.
Well, it's a buffet, so like you know, yeah.
They were really. They honestly, people always say things taste like chicken, and they don't, but they actually do taste. They're really good.
That nice crispy skin. It was actually really
they tasted like a chicken wing.
Yeah,
but they you could totally tell they're a leg, which is weird, but.
Yeah,
but they were very good.
Yeah, you don't think about it too much, but like their taste.
Are they with breading?
No, I think these ones they just kind of like crispy fried them.
Yeah,
but they took like the foot itself off, so I mean you couldn't tell it was once a frog. Didn't have like the Kermit flippers going.
Yeah, I want that foot and save it. Bring it home, put it in a jar.
They must have them in the kitchen. They just ask for them. They probably hook you up.
All right. The next one for frogging is a dance move that involves a sexy squat to the ground and back up again in a frog-like motion. Can be performed by either sex, but is only true frogging if you look really stupid. I love this song. I challenge you to a frog off. Did you see the girl in the apple bottom jeans frogging?
All right. Drop it like you're froggy.
Exactly. You drop it like you're froggy.
I don't know. We don't have to keep doing frogging, but I have not seen anything yet. And I was like, holy shit, that's disgusting. Oh, this one is... The one I put in there is fine. And then the one after that is more explicit. You want that one, Troy?
Oh.
Or do you want the explicit one?
Annabelle? Like, I don't know. Like, did you want to be part of, like, or are you just going to find them?
Well, if I read this one, I'll feel better about it, and then you can read the next one.
Okay. All right.
All right. So, frogging, a sadistic contest where two people repeatedly hit each other, generally in the shoulder, sometimes on the leg or arm, until one person can no longer take the pain. Wow. Dude, Kurt and I were frogging last night. He frogged me so bad, I can't even lift my arm.
You know, I think that would be even cooler if you hit people with a frog. If you had like
yes!
a bullfrog, like a Pac-Man bullfrog, and you just smacked each other across the face with it.
Frog baseball. Very first Beavis and Butthead episode. When it was liquid television, do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
On MTV, they had like Aeon Flux and all kinds of the Max. That was. Oh. All right, this has got
Max
some.
I actually enjoyed. I thought that was
Max was great. I think they ended up. Did they end up making their own cartoon off of that, or did it just stay on Liquid TV?
I don't really remember, but I remember watching them there. Aeon Flux was just too weird for me. I just didn't know where the hell they were going with it.
I don't think they ever went anywhere. It was cool to look at, but it didn't really do anything. Like her lashes catching the fly.
Oh yeah.
No, flogging
the frog.
Frogging.
Yes. I don't know about this, Troy. It's a little. I'll leave it to you. You can read it first.
If you don't want to read it, I'll read it.
If you want to read it, I do not want to read it out loud. Maybe Neal wants to read it out loud.
I'll be fine.
All right, Neal, you want to go with it? I'll let you do it.
Next one.
Frogging, come on, guys. Think of your lady on top with her knees up around your hips, and she is fucking you. She is as naked as a frog. And
never heard that expression before.
No, naked as a frog. No, it's a new one. And in this position, she is frog-like in appearance. Feels good too. And she gets to dictate terms. My babe and I were making love, and we rolled over such that she could frog me. She gets off on frogging me, and she's able to control the clitoral contact.
Nice.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Baby, you're sexy as a giant bullfrog.
Oh my god.
That was way better than reading the sissy spell.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my god. This one's okay. This one's funny. It's more graphic yet less graphic at the same time. Does she eat flies?
I would hope so.
Probably true, right?
She might catch him in the lashes, do the Aeon Flux thing, and then tongue goes up and snags him.
Interesting. All right, this one's great. Go for it. It's great. Right. It's funny. I think it's funny. It's because I'm like in like grade school humor.
A presumably fictitious sexual act performed on an insatiable recipient for whom fisting simply is not enough.
Damn.
While in the pile driver position, the receiver guides the giver's hand and feet into the orifice of... Whoa, we got hands and feet going on. Once penetration has been accomplished, the froggy, I want to be the froggy, notifies the frogger to say it. At which point the frogger says, motherfucking ribbit, bitch. Yo, my bitch. Graduation from the fisting to the frogging, son.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, that's
all right. I'm gonna look up videos for that one later.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Oh my god. Oh, it gets so this stage is
the frogger.
That's my next 8-bit animation.
I think this could even get a hanky code. You get like a warty handkerchief. And then just decide whether you want to be the frogger, that'll be the right pocket, or the froggy is the left pocket.
For people who don't know, I do carry a hanky with me all the time. And I get some weird colored ones. They have a 5 below, like different, like they're almost like tie-dye and stuff. And then sometimes I do wonder, I wonder what this means in the hanky code.
I remember years, like I was young, and it was like, ha ha ha, hanky code, like something we printed out at school or whatever on the like.
Oh yeah.
And it's very thorough.
It is, yeah. Even like shades of the colors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm very well versed in the.
All right.
So I have an idea out there for anyone into these kind of things. It would be so you get a party, everyone comes. They have all these hankies.
That's what I thought.
Well, hopefully by the end of
froggers.
Maybe multiple. So you got like a bucket full of hankies, but you can't see. You got to peek. You pull one out, and whatever color you get is what you are into for that night.
Wow.
So you're gonna
you match up with the next person that pulls that color.
Well, no, I mean, that's true. Then you got to walk around and see who's
No.
I don't know if you can choose right or left, or if that's chosen for you. But maybe.
Well, I mean, what if the people? So it looks like, oh dear.
Yeah, because like
the potluck.
Oh, so you can be a switch. You can be a right, left, or switch, but I don't know where you put that.
Right down the middle.
I think
Oh,
you know, like I don't mind
I'm
peeing
confused.
on somebody, but I don't want anyone peeing on me. You know.
Yeah, but maybe see
The
this
peer,
would
not the
force you
Yeah,
to
like,
expand your horizon, and then you're like,
uh,
hey, oh my god, I was totally against being peed on, and now because
it's wonderful.
of the hanky party, I
That's true.
realize this is my deal.
I got to open up a little bit to this shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's very
new
liberating
things. Yep.
experience.
Then you're like, I'm into,
I'm
leather
the
fist
public
thing, and then it's
urinal
like,
now. Yep.
well, maybe I should leave, but yeah.
But then frogging's going to be the next
Yep.
next
That's
hanky
the one.
code. What is this? Oh my god!
The fisting is a red hanky, and I only know that from a Liberatore cartoon comic that he did with Ranxerox, when Ranxerox, who was a big evil robot, and he
Yeah.
an android, and he takes something from a buffet and sticks it in a handkerchief that was on the table that happened to be red, and sticks it into his pocket. And then some guy comes up to him and says, "Hey, man, you want to get fisted?" And then Ranxerox sticks the guy's head in a fan, and it's very brutal.
My god.
It was
Yeah,
back
I'm
in the
seeing
old
that
heavy
here.
metal magazine days,
Yeah. So the red, and then there's a red with white stripe, which is a shaver and a shavee.
Oh,
Then red with
That's
black stripe
what's
is
that?
bear or likes bears.
wow.
Red gingham, park sex top and park, like in a park, I
Damn.
guess.
Mm.
Then
Maybe
maroon
that's like
is
your thing,
dark-
Neal,
oh my
the
God.
docking, maybe. Maybe parking is much like the docking.
Neal's thing docking. I
Well,
like that.
I had never heard of it before you.
Troy. Yeah, I brought docking into
Oh,
this is the docking symbol. So you go boop 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 boop.
Christ, I can't find my finger. So, yeah, boom.
Oh my god.
Docking after midnight.
Oh my god.
But I think
This
on
is
that I would
alternative
have to be the
crazy.
docker.
Yeah,
Being a circumcised person,
I
I
am
could
as
not
well.
be the docky, I'm afraid.
Agreed. Yeah.
So the next one though, maroon, I'm like, that's serious.
Uh-oh.
Maroon cuts or bleeds.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's a different one.
that's
Yep.
intense.
Yeah,
That's
that's
I
getting
mean,
intense.
I know it's out there, but that's like, whoa.
Yeah. Ooh.
Dark red is two-handed.
Wow.
Man, so
All
if you're at the hanky party, you pull out the red one, you're in for
You're really like, huh,
Yeah.
do I have dark red? Or is it just red?
Yeah. Then I think you want to give at that point.
The
I
don't think you
blue
wanna
light
receive.
one.
maybe you just want to go home.
Yeah, that's probably best bet. That's when you find out if the window opens far enough in the bathroom to get out.
It's like Danny in The Shining.
Yeah.
Get out! Blue apparently is for
Two snaps up in a circle.
ethnicity. Two
Oh.
snaps up in a circle. That show was great. It just came up the other day at work. Yeah, it's much. It's very specific about what they like white people, black people, Latino people, and Asian people to do. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on here.
Oh yeah. Well, you see, I
Man.
always like when I get to learn things on the show.
Troy.
Oh, scissor me, daddy.
Oh my God! What?
That's
and then
from
the scissors kind of go together.
that's from
Scissoring them.
that's from AEW actually. Annabelle
Yep.
is scissor me daddy ass, and they go.
What? Who
Which
does
got
that?
totally over the Acclaimed,
Oh my God!
The
which
acclaim
is a great thing because Max Caster, who's like this like brilliant rapper and really good wrestler, and then his partner, who's one of the few openly gay like wrestlers that you're gonna find.
Mhm.
And they started that out, and like it got over huge with the crowd. You see like the scissors like on the shirts all over the place.
Yeah, and sign scissor me. And then they're managed by probably might know him, Billy Gunn, Mr. Ass from WW.
He
So
used to
he's
have
like
the theme song that I'm an ass man.
so he's like 60 now, but he's still like jacked, and he's with them, and so they always did the scissor me thing, and then when Billy Gunn's with them, they started scissor me daddy ass to Billy Gunn,
And he just
and
get this big grin on his face, and he's totally into it. It's great. And what's the other guy's name? Bowens?
Oh,
yeah, Anthony Bowens.
Anthony Bowens, yep. And they were kind of like that. It just kind of happened naturally. Like they started out as heels, and the crowd just started to get into like the scissor me thing. And it's like, we got to make these guys good guys because like the crowd loves these fucking guys.
amazing. Stinks and sniffs.
What? Oh, this is back
Put
to
a
the
Kleenex. Stinks and sniffs. I guess I'm glad for people who are stinky who like to be smelled. Like that's cool.
Oh, was
that they
this
have a
another
place
color?
in Kleenex. It's a specific like
Oh,
I'm seeing that there's different objects like a teddy bear. A teddy bear is a cuddler and a cuddly.
wow.
Paisley is wears boxers. The other one is likes boxers.
Those are a
Mosquito
little-
netting. Because we all know it when we see it.
Oh.
Oh my God.
This is right there. See, look at Daddy Asshole. This guy's like
Jesus.
65 years old. He's
Oh
in
my
just
God.
insane condition.
Crazy. Crazy. Oh, mosquito netting is outdoor hijinks.
All right. Like water balloon
can't.
fights,
I just can't.
three-legged races.
Exactly. Three-legged scissors.
Yes, yes.
So we already covered the Fulci Beyond
right.
coming
You
the
brought
new
us back
4K
to her.
restoration coming to Overlook Film Festival. Now here's something that I have to share. Stephen King movie Salem's Lot moves from theatrical to Max. This is just came out. The fate of the film was left in limbo amid the merger that created Warner Brothers Discovery in 2022.
Oh.
This is from Boris Kitt from just the 12th. So it's not terribly long. The fate of New Line's adaptation of Stephen King's Salem's Lot has been sealed. New Line parent company Warner Brothers Discovery will debut the vampire thriller on the streaming service Max later this year, the company said Tuesday. I think it's us talking about these things on the show. We're just like,
I swear it
happen.
is.
True. No date was given, but sources believe a fourth quarter release is likely. Veteran horror scribe Gary Dauberman, known for writing the It and Annabelle films and for helming Annabelle Comes Home, wrote and directed the movie whose distribution plans have been in flux since Warner Media, which owned New Line and Warner Brothers, merged with Discovery Inc. in the spring of 2022. The movie was originally due to hit theaters in September 2022. Then after the merger, it was moved to April 2023. Later, it was taken off the theatrical release schedule completely. Some worried that the same fate that befell Batgirl and Coyote vs. Acme awaited Salem's. Those two movies were also caught up in the merger and were infamously shelved. Batgirl had funeral screenings on the lot before WBD took a tax write-off. Coyote's final fate remains unclear as the company tried to sell the animation live-action hybrid, but did not find what it deemed the right offer. Filmmakers and fans have cried foul over the treatment of those movies. King, who wrote his book in the mid-1970s and whose adaptations have made billions for Hollywood over the decades, may have forced Warner's to make a decision. Between you and me, Twitter, I've seen the new Salem's Lot, and it's quite good, the author wrote on X, formerly known as Twitter, February 19th. Old school horror filmmaking, slow build, big payoff. Not sure why WB is holding it back. Not like it's embarrassing or anything. Who knows? I just write the fucking things. The book centered on the author, blah, 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 blah. That's the punchline. Stephen King, and the rest of it's just a bunch of names.
Yeah, well, I hope to be able to
I'd
see
love
it.
to see it.
I would love to see it in the theater, but whatever. At least I'd like to see it. Even
what
if
I
it's
can
on
get.
stream.
Yeah.
With all this buildup, it better be decent. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Waiting for
Yeah,
years.
and it kind of weirds me out a little bit with the guy that did it, because I loved the first one so much and I hated the second one so much.
Yeah, I agree.
Depends on which version of that guy's showing up.
Yeah. And I don't really like the Annabelle movies.
Yeah.
So
in fairness, I don't think I've seen them both. I think I've
I think there might be 4 or 5.
Also did The Nun.
Oh.
Not a big fan of that one either.
Let me go through his
oh God, maybe I don't want to
resume.
see this movie after all.
So let's see. He started off in 2000. See, I don't know if we're gonna know any of these. In the Spider's Web, Blood Monkey, Swamp Devil, Annabelle. He had a big break between Swamp Devil and Annabelle. Let's see. Written by Within, Wolves at the Door, Annabelle Creation, It, The Nun, Annabelle Comes Home, Swamp Thing TV series, did 10 episodes.
Oh, that was I never watched it, but people really liked it. Yeah, I didn't watch it because I know it had no ending because it got canceled without
Developed by and teleplayed by. Okay. It Chapter 2, The Cabin House, The Dark Side, The Nun 2, and there we are.
All right.
It's got some other things happening, but Salem's Lot appears to be. So.
And that's the thing.
Give it a shot, though.
Yeah, I would too. But the thing that weirds me out, like as much as I love King, he usually has really horrible taste in his movies. You know, like he's a huge.
It seems lately he just loves anything that's made off, like everything.
Even
like
not even his stuff, but just like he's a big fan of like those Leprechaun movies, and like he's just like I think he just likes everything. I don't think he has any discerning taste at all.
Mind? Leprechaun.
Yeah.
I think he's
it's the time of the year where people pretend leprechauns are classic horror movies.
Yep.
You don't like
and he's one of them.
Still?
And we went to see it, and then you realized when we went to see it at midnight,
Did we?
oh yeah, this sucks.
Yeah. I think it probably was pretty bad.
It's very bad.
Maybe the magic of the leprechaun is he wipes people's minds.
Yeah, yep.
So now I'm like, oh, the leprechaun, maybe it wasn't that bad after all. You know, maybe it was pretty entertaining. Maybe. Neal is immune
Davis
to the
looks
attacks.
cool in
yeah, I'm wearing my They Live glasses over for leprechaun.
that work on the leprechaun films.
Exactly.
That's its only power.
If Robin's listening, she's upset because she likes those god awful movies. But
Robin, it's okay. Robin can like what she wants, just like Stephen King.
So I saw this and thought of Troy. Brothers, Dragula, official season 5 tour coming to the House of Blues in Boston.
Interesting. So what are they? They're just gonna put on their drag show?
Well, these are like the final 4 from the season, this last season. Neo Horu, who won it, is the queen, like the 3rd one in, and she's amazing. She does some stuff like so artistic, like just amazing. And Throb Zombie, the one on the left, that's
a great name. I'd use that.
Yeah,
name.
it is. It's a super, and like he's so good because like he does like the I don't know what you call it when you're born a woman and then you drag as a man, and like just
king, you're drag king.
Yep, drag king, exactly.
Yeah.
And Throb, who I thought was going to win it this year, just a real super talent too. Like all 4 of those people, I'm not the biggest fan of Orgothic, who's the second one. because they do theirs at a junk usually, and it's kind of neat that they do it, but it's not nearly as elevated as the other three. But I think that would be a good time to go see, I bet.
Yeah.
I don't know how much your tickets are, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Good question.
The Boulay brothers are actually on the show. It was a short interview, but they were on the show. You can check that out on the website.
Try to get them on again before that
I
happens.
might do it. I don't know. I don't think they'll do
very
video.
jam-packed. Jam-packed. So I don't know when they'd be around. Who is next week? Terrifying show.
Next
I don't think
week.
that one was until May, so we'd have some time.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Let me grab the album here. Give me 1 second.
No.
Next week is this Saturday. We're doing a show with Dylan Mars Greenberg, Amanda Flowers, and Dylan said possibly some other people from. I think Mr. Lobo is going to be on, which is a pretty big internet following from Spirit Riser. That'll be
cool
this Saturday. So next Thursday will be Deborah Lamb, Todd Ernest Braley, and Itai Guberman for Shadows of the Night, and the return of our man Larry for Blackout, Larry Fessenden for Blackout. So that'll be that's going to be a loaded show. I'm a huge fan of Deborah Lamb and Larry Fessenden. I'm not talking to Todd or Itai Guberman, but we've had shorts of Itai Guberman in the
yeah. I remember he was like a newscaster in one, I think. Or maybe he wasn't a newscaster, but I remember it was like a news reporting thing.
So that's going to be a really, really good show. That'll be next week. And then the following week for the final show of March, there might be some stuff popping up, but it will be Alan Danziger from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and from Weed Whacker Massacre, which I'm excited to see. And we will also have the cast and crew of Just One Night, who are also running a festival in Atlanta, which we will probably be at later.
Oh, very nice.
So that'll be very cool. Loaded shows coming up.
Yeah, it's awesome. Troy, I hope you will be able to join us.
Yes, I should be.
You got to come on for Larry.
Oh, you know I will.
And Deborah.
No, now I should. Everything should be pretty much, finalized. All things should be good.
It's pretty sweet.
So
look at you up late.
I know. Don't have to get up at 5 tomorrow, so all is well.
All right. It's going to be good stuff here. We'll be back soon. So until next week, this is Nasty Neal.
That makes you terrible, Troy. Go ahead.
And you are Annabelle Lecter.
Yes. I'm not used to you being here at the end.
I know. It is weird.
This is without
your
head.